Mm. Testing, testing. One, two, three. Can you hear me? Hopefully, everything is working properly. Testing, testing. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We have storms starting to initiate on today's severe weather threat. You can see we have an area of convection firing behind the boundary, meaning that this storm will most likely, hopefully, be a hailer and not really too much of a tornado threat there. But we'll have to watch it, see if it can latch onto this boundary, if it can tap into any of that instability out in front, and some of the higher dew points that are going to be out in this area. This storm might be able to do something eventually, but as you can see, this is firing over near the Grand Island area of Nebraska. This is one of those storms that seems to be the kind of storm that's going to be getting started pretty quickly and potentially producing some hail pretty quickly. So if you live over there near Grand Island, Nebraska, I would certainly be ready to go for this storm, as it is going to kind of meander towards you guys over there. But as you can see further up to the north, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch out already. I'm expecting one to be issued here very shortly into the Nebraska and Iowa area as well, maybe even into maybe little parts there of northern Kansas. And thank you, Avery's Jungle, for being a member for 2 months. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. But yeah, so that's kind of what we're talking about there. And I'm expecting a severe thunderstorm watch to come out for that area. But for now, we'll go briefly over, kind of what we went over already this morning when we released a forecast. But as you can see, we do still have an enhanced risk out here. That's going to be a 3 out of 5 for Columbus, Fremont, Omaha, Carroll, Des Moines, Indianola, and Creston. Around that, we have a slight risk all the way over here near Grand Island, Cedar Rapids, Waterloo, Rochester, Mankato, and also Sioux City. And then around that, we have a 1 out of 5 in the green. There for some marginal chances for severe weather. A little bit of a tornado threat is going to exist today. That's going to be mainly over in that same area where we're expecting some of our large hail to exist. And around that, we have a smaller tornado risk, very conditional tornado risk further up to the north. But it really doesn't seem like our dew points are making it that far up to the north thus far. Seems like a little bit of overmixing is taking place, kind of putting, honestly, the whole of the tornado risk under question. So it is going to be quite the conditional day out here, especially for the tornado threat. But one of the things that is not going to be as conditional as the tornado threat is going to be our hail threat today. That's going to be very large hail possible out here near Columbus, Fremont, Omaha, Creston, Indianola, Des Moines, Carroll. There in the red, it's a 30% chance for that 2-inch hail and above out in this region. And then also around that, we have a 15% chance for that near Sioux City, Storm Lake, Fort Dodge, Nebraska City, Grand Island, and St. Paul. Zooming out a little bit further, you can see the chances for quarter-sized hail are out there, 15% risk for that. They're in the yellow without the dashes. And then we have a 5% chance for some hail in the brown. So that's kind of what we're looking at today. Mainly a hail-driven risk with a brief moment for some tornadoes, especially with our more southern cells that exist further down, that are potentially going to exist further down to the south. Now, let me take this, put this up here, and then we'll go over the timing here on our latest models for today. As you can see, there's that severe weather watch already out there, there in the light gray. And as I push this forward, you can see that eventually, in which we're already starting to see happen. So it looks like the models are about an hour too late here, hour and a half too late. So just keep that in mind. But we are already starting to see storms fire a little bit further south of this model over there near Grand Island. That's probably going to be our first big time hailer of the day, if I had to guess, given the environment that is around it. But anywhere further up to the north where any of these storms fire, which they should kind of all fire at once, at least according to the HRRR. So we might see some more storms a little bit further up to the north after this. And, kind of just in your head, shift this down about a couple of miles back down to the south and west. Okay, so it looks like the chances for some hail there in Omaha, Nebraska are going to be a little bit higher since our threat is firing a little bit further to the south. But, generally over the next couple of hours, these storms will move off to the east And, they will continue to try to produce some hail out there as we go into around 9 p.m. Still potentially some large to very large hail down here near Lincoln, Omaha, near Des Moines, and then further up to the north, mainly just some rain and some thunderstorms, maybe some damaging wind, severe weather warnings out there, but it kind of seems lackluster. Our dew points didn't quite make it up there so far, and we are seeing our dew points kind of go down now as we already have 70-degree temperatures out over in parts of Minnesota and Wisconsin. But you cannot completely rule out severe weather out there. It just doesn't seem to be that high of a chance as for that right now. So your most likely scenario is going to be some rain, some thunder, and maybe some sprinklings of some hail and some damaging winds further up to the north. And our main risk is going to exist with these supercells that fire down here. Which we are already starting to see some evidence of that. And then, throughout the night, 10, 11 p.m., these cells are going to be moving on to the east, and they're really not going to be losing their severe weather capabilities, at least, until about 12 a.m. Our tornado threat, though, is going to be even briefer than that. If we come over here to our significant tornado parameter, just kind of to sum things up a little bit, once those cells get started to move off to the east near the Omaha area, I would say most likely around 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., just given the fact that things seem to be starting a little bit earlier. Oh, and we just got our first special weather statement on that storm. 50-mile-per-hour wind gust and nickel-sized hail is expected with that storm at this moment. But yeah, you can see our significant tornado parameter isn't really that elevated, and it only sticks around for a couple of hours. So once we start seeing spin in this atmosphere and storms trying to produce tornadoes, it's only going to last for about 1 to 3 hours. And that could get started as soon as these storms start to initiate out over here. But I will say, if we come back over to our mesoscale analyses, you can see that we do have some instability out in this region right now, about two to 2,000 to about 2,500 joules per kilogram over there. Near the Nebraska area up into the northwestern portion of Iowa. Really don't have a good understanding. Unfortunately, something has happened. I'm not sure if anybody's noticed this, but something is happening to our NWS soundings page. If I'm missing something, somebody please fill me in. But as far as I know, they're starting to cancel. The NWS is starting to cancel radio sondes, which is what these soundings are, launches. And that was supposed to start today. And does that mean they're just not going to be launching anything? I mean, we do have something here from OAX. I'm not sure where that is from. Is it loading? Yeah, they're just not loading. This one didn't load. This one came in. Where is OAX? Hold on. NWS OAX. Where is that located? Okay, that's Omaha. So this is an Omaha sounding. Okay, that's helpful. So yeah, it does appear like we do have a capping inversion still in place out here, or at least as of this sounding that seems to be some sort of special sounding that just came in. But this is like the only sounding that's come out. There is no map. They're just saying, hey, here's a sounding near the area. Decent instability, lapse rates around 7. That's plenty. Really weak shear, which is what we're also seeing on meso analysis. And also, really not too favorable for tornadoes yet. About 10 knots, to 20 knots of shear as of right now. But the main thing that I'm keeping my eye on is where that freezing level is. And as of right now, it seems a little bit elevated here, a little bit maybe too elevated for significant hail. It'll be kind of interesting to see, if that lowers throughout the day. But that seems a little bit higher up than you would typically be looking for, at least at this moment. Maybe after that cap breaks, and it will improve. But bottom line is, large to very large hail is going to be possible today. This is just one sounding well out in front of our storm, so it's not going to give us a 100% understanding of what the entire environment is like. But yeah, doesn't seem like any kind of analysis was done. They just did broad cuts. Well, that's the thing. It's like once you lose the funding, you have to start cutting some things. But one of the things that I worry about is that, like, even the people that are controlling like all of this data, they're not really in control of what contracts are getting cut, and they might not know, what exactly each and every little thing can affect other things, right? But one thing that is for certain is, if we're not really getting a whole lot of soundings across the United States, that would appear to affect all of our weather models very significantly. So we could, I mean, I don't know if this is just them being like, hey, no more soundings. I'm honestly not super read up on it. I've heard some opinions saying there's no more soundings, just special ones released if there's staffing near the storms. But I mean, there's nothing that's showing up on the page right now. So I'm a little bit concerned. It's been like this for a while, too. So I'm not really sure what's going on here. Whether it's just like a public data thing or if they still have the sounding data like in the NWS or not, I'm not exactly sure. Latest scan out here, though, on our storm that we can track, thankfully, because we still have radar. Uh, I'm getting nervous though. I am getting nervous. I will say, I can guarantee you guys, if we get like any like if those soundings really just stop happening and models become unfunctional, or if we start getting major glitches in radar data being able to be transported to the public, I'm gonna go on a national road trip to every member of the houses offices and member of the Senate offices to talk to every single senator and governor and whoever I need to talk to plead our case. So if we get some significant, like if I can't do my job here anymore, I'm gonna take that. I'm not gonna just take a break and say, well, I guess I got a bunch of free time and I need to change professions. I'm gonna actually go to each and every office and try to do my best to bring it back into the public sphere instead of being, controlled by like Google. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how much can be done. I don't know. It's kind of scary. Kind of scary to think. Um, it's kind of scary to think. Latest scan out here, we are starting to see these DBZs start to increase a little bit now. You can see that we're now getting into those 64 DBZs now within this storm. Let's check the VIL. The VIL, yeah, VIL's not too crazy right now, so that's probably why they haven't pulled a trigger yet. On pulled the trigger yet on a severe thunderstorm warning, but we probably have one coming here eventually. And I would imagine that a severe thunderstorm watch is about to come out. How's it going? It's going all right. Storms are just getting started here for today's severe weather threat. Again, if you guys aren't really, knowledgeable on what's happening today, we do have an enhanced risk near parts of Nebraska going into Iowa, slight risk around that, and then a marginal risk around all of that. Main risk is going to be hail, damaging winds, and then a smaller chance for tornadoes will also exist. A 5% chance over there. Also, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning up here now. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts seem to be the main threat. That's going to be going into Montgomery, Lionsdale, Waterville, and Janesville here in Minnesota. Oh, and there's our severe thunderstorm warning. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning down here now. That's going to be for 1-inch hail. Not really too much for those damaging winds, but 1-inch hail is going to be possible here on this storm. Do want to see if I can get some cameras in that area. I think I have a couple. I'm not sure if they go all the way to Grand Island or not. So let me get this set up over here. See if I can't. See if I can't get us at least some sort of a view of this storm as it begins. It is behind the boundary though, so it should remain like an elevated hailer. Oh yeah, a lot of these cameras don't appear to be live. This one's got some rain, it seems like. Can't really tell if there's any hail falling on a picture, though. Yeah, that might be the storm over there on the left. So, yeah, these unfortunately are mainly just picture cameras, so they're not going to be super helpful. I think most of the storm chasers, yeah, there you can kind of see some potential, uh, some moisture going into this storm back over in the distance. That's no real picture, though, of the storm base, it seems. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, we have a storm chaser out there right now. This is Carmen. He's out there chasing. don't know exactly where he is, unfortunately. Let me see if anybody in his chat. Oops, and we're also not current. Let me see if anybody in his chat is talking about. Okay, it says gorilla hail and tornado threat in Iowa. So if I had to guess, he is in Iowa. But this is Cameron or Carmen, sorry. Palermo is out there in Iowa. And then we should have Pagey Tornado live in about 20 minutes as well. So we'll have two chasers out there, maybe three, just depending on, just depending on how the beginning of the stream goes. Okay, I think we just got something out here. What is this? It's shown up on this DOT map. Looks really dry there. Yeah, it is a little bit dry out there. I mean, I will not lie. If we come over here to our surface observations, so one of the things that I've been keeping my eye on is, our temperature dew point spread is really wide right now, really wide on most of these surface observations. And so, any of these areas, especially over here in Nebraska and Iowa, they're going to struggle to pass that 60-degree dew point mark that we kind of watch out for organized, significant, severe weather. Our upper level, temperatures are not really that cold. I mean, they're around -15, -14, which in order to get like a cold core, maybe a little bit more intensity there, increase the lapse rates a little bit more. Not really seeing that right now, so it'll be interesting to see what these storms really do. The first one that's fired though is kind of firing north of our boundary, so it's probably really only in like 50-degree dew points. It'll be interesting to see what this storm can pull off, as this will kind of be the canary in the coal mine for the rest of the day, as this is our first storm to fire off of the boundary. So they're still warning this for 1-inch hail. Looks like most of the hail at this point is south of Grand Island, Nebraska, mainly just north of I-80 there, traveling off. Looks like that hail is probably going to go into Phillips here next. Are there even any damaged homes? What? Weird question. Mystic Lake and Prior Lake, Minnesota. Yeah, we'll go over here and give another update for Minnesota. You guys are currently in a severe thunderstorm watch, and this is why. We have a line of storms that's extending all the way from Minneapolis down into Fairmont. Part of this line is warned for mainly just 60-mile-per-hour winds. There really shouldn't be too much hail in there. I wouldn't rule out like some smaller hail. And that's going to be heading into like Janesville, Waterville, Lonsdale. Here in a little bit, these storms are moving to the east at around 30 miles per hour. So, looks like you guys got a little bit of time before that storm comes through. I would just make sure you're indoors and away from windows. 60-mile-per-hour windstorm could knock down some branches. Shouldn't really knock down healthy trees, but if you live near like diseased trees, like they're diseased, or you've walked by them and they're like, that doesn't look like it should be. It doesn't look like a healthy tree to me, and it's a big tree near your house. I would consider being a little bit closer to the more interior portion of your house. It's not actually Tim Marshall. It's not. Oh man. I saw a comment on my last video. And it came from a person named Tim Marshall. Asked, "Is that the real Tim Marshall?" But it was not. Any tornadoes? No. This is just getting started. Just getting started. And I think our tornado risk should be pretty conditional today. Not a whole lot of confidence, if I'm being honest, in it. But, you can't really rule out, one of these storms, trying to latch on to this little boundary here. But, the wind shear should stay, relatively muted through the day. And if our temperature dew point spread continues to overmix our environment, and kind of lower those dew points even further. It seems like today could potentially end up being just mainly a hail threat, but I wouldn't rule out a tornado. Just really depends. Appreciate you. Yeah, no problem. I'll try to do like a more zoomed out view. We'll come over here for a little bit so everybody in Minneapolis can. Oh yes, guys, it is that time of the year. Is that time of the year where we can make the Minneapolis and the Minnesota jokes. Unfortunately, for Minnesota, I need to get that. Do I still have the? I do still have the Minnesota. There we go. Yeah, as you can see over here in Minnesota, we do have a line of storms and a. Let me zoom in on this map here. Perfect. You can see over in Janesville, Minnesota, we do have 60-mile-per-hour winds about to come in near Waterville as well and Lonsdale. So if you live in Minnesota, make sure that you are indoors and away from windows if you're near any of these cities. Minnesota, yeah. We're all aware it's pronounced exactly Minnesota, not Minnesota, Minnesota. And their entire economy, by the way, is making tiny sodas. We also made sure we clarified that last year because everybody was coming into the chat telling us that. And so we had to make sure that, whenever we talk about Minnesota, that we also talk about their very prevalent economic prowess in this country of making those tiny sodas that you drink. Like if you go to the supermarket and you see those really small sodas that they now sell, that all comes from Minnesota. They don't sell anything else in that state but those sodas. Yeah, I did see that, Khaled. We're not really talking about that right now. I will have an update on that in. Oh wow, tornado watch has been issued. That's interesting. That is interesting. Tornado watch has been issued out here for Columbus, York, Lincoln, Beatrice, Omaha, Blair, Plattsmouth, Shenandoah, Atlantic, and Carroll. Couple tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to apple-sized, likely scattered gusts of up to 70 miles per hour possible. That is interesting. I personally thought it was going to be a severe thunderstorm watch. Maybe they're seeing something that I'm not. Yeah. Tornado watch has officially been issued out here, folks. So if you live in any of these areas here in Fairbury, Beatrice, Crete, York, Columbus, Fremont, Omaha, Blair, Nebraska City, and Carroll, need to be watching out for a threat, a very conditional threat, but a threat nonetheless for tornadoes. We call it pop, not soda. Well, you know what? Then you should change your state name to Mini Pop. I mean, that just seems to be a branding issue more than anything. I do have jokes. Always have jokes. Until we get tornado warnings, then the jokes usually go down. Although I have been thinking about jokes, making jokes during tornado warnings, and it's interesting. It's an interesting concept to at least ponder on. Because if you think about it, it's like no matter what happens, if you are somebody that goes into your safe spot, you're going to go into your safe spot. Now, would you rather be sitting there crying to tears and anxiety and sadness, or would you rather be sitting there laughing at a joke? It's kind of an interesting thought experiment. All right, latest scan here does kind of seem like this storm is struggling a little bit right now. Still has 1-inch hail, 50-mile-per-hour winds, but the DBZs aren't as high as they were. Minnesota pop, we can do that. That works.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
That actually works. We'll call it. No, I'm still going to call it Minnesota. I'm a little bit stubborn on that. Pop just adds too many extra steps. Let's come back up here to Minnesota. We'll keep an eye on you guys. Looks like that line of storms is just about to move into Janesville, and then Waterville will be next. Do we have any Minnesota cameras out there? Let me check. Let me take a gander. Do you guys have live cameras in Minnesota? Does not appear so. Here's a picture of what appears to be the leading edge of this storm from a picture cam in Waseca, Minnesota. What about, like, is this one? Okay, this is one. They do have some.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
They do have some live cameras, but they're mainly all located on 35. So once the storm comes over to I-35 over here, we should be able to get a view on this storm in a little bit. And mainly a little update over here from Minneapolis as well. It's mainly just rain. Not really expecting any severe weather in your guys' area right now. Tornado watch in Minnesota? No. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm watch. You know, wouldn't rule out some of these storms trying to get up into that very large hail category, but right now it seems a pretty linear line at the moment. It should be mainly this, quarter-sized hail and above, and 60-mile-per-hour winds with these guys. Especially, it looks like the northern mode of our storms are struggling quite significantly right now. We've got a live camera on Save a Fox, Minnesota. Yeah, there's lots of live cams along I-35. We just got to wait for that storm to get there. And in fact, well, let me just get it set up, I guess. Because the main cameras we are going to be watching are going to be in Minnesota, or most likely like Iowa, if I had to guess. And we do have some cameras there, and we also got like a bunch of storm chasers in that area too. So let's see if we can like find a storm or a camera that's like looking in that direction. Actually, might be the storm back in there. Yeah, I think it is. We'll just leave this here until the storm gets close, and then we'll go check back in on it. What's for supper? Nothing. Nothing until the stream's done. I don't see this stream lasting a super long time. I'm thinking like 5 hours max, which would, maybe I'll eat in like 3 hours, depending on what's going on. Hate hamburgers? Well, that's unfortunately. Have you tried putting fries in them? Just make sure we're still current. I still don't understand why I have to keep doing that. I don't know what city Carmen is in. Does anybody know what city Carmen is in Iowa? Beans? No, we don't have any storm beans yet. AG Live yet? Not yet. You want more lightning? Yeah, you might get some more. I don't know. Looks like the storm is trying to tap in on the boundary. Not really. Still kind of to the north of it right now. Again, our dew points are going to be a lot lower back behind here, but this could definitely still be an elevated hailer, but they did allow that severe thunderstorm warning to expire. And that is our first storm. Could be maybe good news that our first storm fired behind the boundary, but there's still opportunities for more storms out there. Like, it does seem like some more convective development is trying to happen over here near Columbus. Which I do think we have like 60-degree dew points up there near the Columbus area. There was a big boom of thunder in the southeast portion of the Twin Cities. Yeah. And you guys are getting, although these storms over here in Minneapolis, Woodbury, Shakopee, and Lakeville aren't severe warned, they are producing some lightning. You see, we got some lightning bolts happening near Woodbury, Lakeville, Stillwater, there in Minnesota. You got sunburn? Well, you got to put on sunscreen. If you got sunburn with sunscreen on, that is unfortunate. Otherwise, free. The radar portion is. If you want like the cool little features like the globe mode, like this is the globe mode where you can like zoom out and zoom in. Like it's not necessary. It's really just like a feature that you want as like maybe a little bit of an extra. But if you're just looking for a free radar where you can access like reflectivity, velocity, correlation coefficient, echo tops, vertically integrated liquid, storm total, precip accumulation, all of that fun stuff. Is it snow? Is it rain? All of that. All of that is free on WeatherWise. Yeah, you too, Bucky. Yes, we do have a tornado watch over here for parts of Iowa and Nebraska. It's a very conditional risk, though. Again, we're expecting, 1 to 3 storms to fire in this area. So, it's not like, if you live in this tornado watch, it's a very, so you got to think about it like this. So here's your average size of what a supercell would be, and then on the appendage, if it ever formed one, would be where your tornado is. Now that tornado, at max, is going to be a mile wide. I don't think we're going to get a mile wide tornado today, but just for simplistic, easy to understand terms, at max, it's going to be like a mile wide, right? So if you have 3 storms, that's 3 miles in width that will experience a tornado today in this area if we get the quote unquote worst case scenario. Again, I think most of the tornadoes that we're going to see today are going to be on the weaker and briefer side of tornadoes. They're going to be a little spin ups. I don't think we're going to get, big time strong tornadoes and the environment that we have today. Wind shear should just really not be that strong unless we get some sort of weird interaction with a storm and a boundary nearby. Then strong tornado could maybe be possible in that. But it's not really looking like a Cape bomb type environment, although the Cape is definitely there. Really just depends on what these storms decide to do. Again, we're going to have these little boundaries out here. These storms will be eventually forming outflow boundaries, and if they latch on to its own outflow boundary, that boundary can produce more spin, right? And so if that mesocyclone, that rotating updraft, can latch onto that for a little bit, we have seen those types of storms produce strong tornadoes out of nowhere, but I don't think we're in that type of environment today. Hopefully not. You put on sunblock to avoid the sunburn and you still got burnt. That sucks. I feel bad for you. Is it a bad sunburn or you think you'll survive? You cannot use sunblock? Uh-oh. What else is there to use? I'm sure you guys have some sort of ointment or random grocery item that is perfect as sunscreen that I am completely unaware of. You guys always have some sort of elixir for everything that I have ever experienced. Large hats. Okay. That that's a good one. That's smart. Big old hat. You can also use an umbrella. Lightning near the Mankato area. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, although these aren't severe storms, probably don't want to be outside during them, but doesn't seem like it's very active with the lightning. So I'll let your guys' personal assessment of that risk be on you guys. Aloe vera. Does aloe vera work like that? Does it prevent sunburns? When's the last time Minnesota had a tornado? I think it was last year. It's been a while. Mineral sunscreen. Like the bottle stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, or you could just wear clothes. Yeah. That kind of sucks, right? Having to go out with a long sleeve shirt and pants. What the heck is happening here? We're getting some sort of contamination here. At least that I could tell. Check from this radar. It is in range, yeah. That's some contamination. Okay, just had to make sure. When you're already burnt aloe vera, that's what I'm saying. That's what I thought it was. You just avoid direct sun. Oh, they make you break out. That sucks. I feel bad for you. I would suggest getting an umbrella. I mean, it might look a little bit tacky, but I mean, then you get to go outside. I would say it's a good trade. Though, as far as I can tell, yeah, I mean that should work, right? Question is, can you still get sunburnt if the sun is bouncing off the ground and hitting you? Probably takes a lot longer. Okay, yeah, this storm is fizzling out pretty quickly here. Hmm. Bust? No, I'm just kidding. I'm joking. Although someone on Twitter will say that seriously. Getting ready in Omaha. Yeah, I feel bad for Omaha because like you guys are the biggest city here, so everybody when they say like what the worst case scenario is for today, they'll just be like, "It's gonna happen to Omaha and only Omaha." Well, it is technically possible, but there is definitely a pretty large chance that all the storms completely also miss Omaha and hit somebody else. Umbrellas for the sun, yeah. Or we could just put an umbrella in front of the sun in space. Surely that will have no consequences. All right, update over here near Janesville. Looks like you guys are finally getting that portion of the storm. Let me know in chat if anybody lives there, what you guys are experiencing. Next in line is going to be Waterville and then or Lonsdale, sorry, a little bit further up to the north. Will probably be in about 5 to 10 minutes, and then Warsaw after that. In all seriousness, I hope today, Bus, because it doesn't really matter where these storms hit. You know, the hail threat is quite big. Well, I don't not sure if you guys know this, but apple-sized hail never really is that great for cars or houses or roofs or your head. How do you change your settings on weather-wise? Well, there's you can go up here, go to my preferences. You can turn it to dark mode there in the settings. You can go to map settings. You can change from default to satellite. If you scroll down, if you've paid for it, you can get global projection. You can change the county border size, state border size, color. You can change the county colors, settlement settings. That is the labels or the font. You can make the font larger or smaller. You can increase the density of the cities and decrease it there. If you come over to this tab and click on this, you can change the colors of your tornado warnings, how thick the borders are, fill opacity, all that kind of stuff. And then if you want to change, the radar color palette, you come over into the radar area, scroll all the way down to customize color tables, and you have to go online to find which color palette you want. You just type in radar color palettes. And usually I think there's a good one called WX Tools or something like that, and you can change the CC and all that. You just got to go all the way down here and drop after you download the .pal file, put it into here, and it will automatically show up into this area. Yeah, latest scans on this one storm over here near Aurora, it is looking kind of weak. Still looking kind of weak. Strongest storm is still up here in the Minnesota area. Also, they added a new cool thing that they did is they added a new function where you can go up and tilt just by using hotkeys on WeatherWise now. I can go all the way up without even having to touch anything. which is freaking awesome. And that is Control Shift and up and down on the keypad. Very cool stuff. Super humid here in central Iowa. I believe it. I believe it. Well, humidity not so much. I think you're I was gonna make a borderline offensive joke and say that you're being a little bit of a weakling. But I decided not to do it because I wouldn't have meant it. But in comparison to what we get in Alabama and our humidities, you guys will just be fine. That's just like when you guys look at us, right, and say your snow amounts are so small. Why is everybody crying out like it's Armageddon? It's kind of the same thing, just different areas, different tolerances. But yeah, I mean, it's not super humid, but the temperatures are rising.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
And there is some moisture in the air. So it's definitely going to feel more humid than what you guys typically get, I would say, for this time of the years. But yeah. Yeah, you guys in Iowa, I mean, y'all gotta calm down when it comes to I'm talking mainly to Iowa, Minnesota as well. It's like you guys all band up over here in the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes whenever, Alabama or Georgia or Tennessee and Mississippi, get 1 inch of snow and we close everything down. You guys are always up here, in your little snow group that always gets snow and pointing and laughing. I gotta stop doing that, please. We don't have snow plows. We don't have any snow plows. We can't handle the snow. Don't underestimate the corn sweat. I don't even, do y'all even have corn growing right now? Is it corn season? When when does corn season start? Is that even a thing? Corn season. Okay. Corn planting typically begins in late April, early June. So it doesn't seem like corn season's really in full swing. So it doesn't seem like we have enough corn out there to sweat. Did they do? I mean, listen, none of us down here got snow tires. We don't have snow plows. We don't salt our roads because we usually don't get snow. But whenever it does happen, everybody freaks out and it becomes a little mini Armageddon. Everybody buys milk, and everybody up here in Eau Claire and Rochester laugh at their TV screens, post little comments on social media about how sad it is that we do that. But we just don't get snow that often. Y'all get snow like, I mean, I think, aren't y'all still getting snow up here? Farmer sweat, that is a thing. They might be out there planting. We got to watch out for the farmer sweat, adding some humidity and moisture into the farmer sweat. That's funny. Can't forget about the farmers. Looks like this storm is kind of trying again over here near Aurora, Nebraska. Still not quite there yet, though. Still not quite there. Still a little bit under those severe limits. Coming back over to here, looks like Waterville here in Minnesota is starting to get that part of the line. It's like the northern portion of this line, though, is weakening quite a bit. I'd be surprised if anybody in Lonsdale or Webster is in chat right now. Let me know. Are you guys still getting strong winds up there? I would assume the strongest winds are down over here in the surging portion of the line here. But as far as I could tell in our velocities, these appear to be our strongest winds, but it's also pretty far away from our radar. They just planted a lot of fields in the last 2 days. Just ahead of the storm, yeah. So the corn hasn't grown yet, but they are getting into planting fields. Yeah, they got those field seeds. Corn Sweat would be a great name for a heavy metal band. Would it? Better, I would think, for like a country band. A Corn Sweat band featuring Billy something. What's a country last name? Billy Jingles. No. Billy Jingles. No. Billy Brothurst. I don't know. Billy Billy Hay Bale and Louis Wheat. John Deere tractor. There we go. Yeah, Jenkins is good. Jenkins is a great Southern last name. Which way should you go? Are you trying to drive into it or away from it? So we got another new severe thunderstorm warning down over here east of Grand Island. And as this storm pushing off to the north and east, looks like they have put back on a 1-inch hail warning on this storm. That's going to seem to be interacting a little bit with this boundary. Not really causing much rotation in it, but there is some hail on it. So if you live in Polk, Hampton, and Bradshaw here in Nebraska, you guys need to be indoors and away from those windows. Also, this storm trying to get started over here near Columbus. Still trying to mature. Not quite there yet, though. Still a little bit on its in its baby stages right now. I guess we'll focus the radar on here for a little bit since we have some severe thunderstorms popping up. Okay, Pagey should be live now, right? Yeah. Let's go. Pagey Tornado is officially live. Everything in life makes sense again. Where's she at? Oh, she's in Nebraska. She's in Fremont, Nebraska. No, we do not need this to pop off. Guys, stop encouraging the storms. In fact, I want everybody in chat to say at least one bad thing about a storm. Can I use weather cams? I can only use the ones that are traffic cameras. There we go. Link's got the right idea. Bad storms can eat your shorts. All right. Storms are devoid of color. They are. And unless they got hail, then they have green inside of them. Any news weather cams? No, I cannot use those. Are we calling storms turtles again? We can. It's not really a great metaphor for today though, because we don't. I guess we do have a boundary. It's not going to really eat up the storms today, like that one day was. Call the police on the storms. I mean, I wouldn't suggest seriously doing that, but like, they are kind of breaking the law. All the hailstorms should be charged for breaking and entering. That's for sure. All right, looks like the storm has now made it through Waterville and is going to be going into Warsaw, Minnesota next. And then we'll see if they end up extending this severe thunderstorm warning or not. They're following the laws of nature. Ooh. So you're pro storm, I'm assuming. We got a pro storm activist in chat. Uh-oh. Wow, you're pro storm, huh? Interesting. Let me guess, you voted for James Spann. Oh my goodness. All right, latest scan over here. Still got a severe thunderstorm warning for 1 inch hail. Moving off towards the north and east towards Polk. Still be indoors and away from windows again. Polk, Nebraska. Name is Karen. The best thing to do, Dan, is just find the light humor in it. As I mean, no matter what, that term is just going to exist. Probably in probably for the foreseeable future. You voted for James Webb? All right. Yeah. Apparently, this is what Earth looks like from James Webb. It would be really cool though if they added the moon. I don't know why that would be cool, but it just would be. Hello, kitten. Welcome, welcome. We are having an okay day. We're just watching these storms. Hopefully, it continues to be a somewhat okay day. You know, we got storms firing, unfortunately, but they are struggling at the moment. So hopefully, they keep doing that until some sort of surface inversion, starts to happen. Because this is not one of those days where tornadoes will, really be very possible if a surface inversion does build in near these guys. We don't really have a whole lot of storm relative helicity to help these storms. Shear environment is kind of weak. It is rounded. It's so cool. Yeah. Yeah. Like if you just zoom out a little bit, you can tell like yeah, I love it. This is like my favorite mode in weather wise. You can see that's like rounded. And even when you zoom into here, it's still rounded. It only gets a little less rounded if you get pretty much past this zoom level. Wouldn't rule out a severe thunderstorm warning being issued for this storm near the Columbus area. Seems like it is trying to start to do something here. Let me come back over here. Let's check in on the Ville. And not quite there yet. Echo tops, though, are growing. What are the echo tops of this other one? Oh, wow. Like we're getting close to that 50,000 foot mark there on that storm. So that's a tall thunderstorm. AG tornado should be getting pretty close to that Columbus storm. That'll probably be the first storm we see today is the Columbus storm. What do you mean? What are the chances of that building up? To like what degree? She's over there in Fremont. I would give it like 20, 30 minutes, and we should have our first live view of one of these storms. Hey, Christine, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Can Texas be worried about Saturday? I can't really tell you for sure, honestly. I mean, I think you guys are going to get some thunderstorms. As far as I can tell, though, on the models, it's kind of looking like a little bit uncertain right now. It's just it doesn't really seem like most of the models are indicating a whole lot of instability. But I guess you shouldn't be able to rule out some hail and some damaging winds. Just not really confident on any tornado risk. I'm waiting for our HRRR and our NAM model to get in range of that one before I make any real definite statements on it. All right, we've been looking at these storms for a while. Let's come back up to Minnesota for a second. I mean, the storm's starting to pop out of this severe thunderstorm warning, and they still haven't extended it yet. But it does seem like Warsaw probably has about 5-10 minutes before this line comes through. Oh, wow. They are extending this as a special weather statement. That's going to be for 50-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail. It looks like they are probably going to drop that severe weather warning, which is great news. Will we see a bad storm in Lincoln? Well, let's put this in motion. As you can see, our storms right now are moving to the north and east right now. So these guys should theoretically miss Lincoln. But if we get anything else to fire further down to the south, which might happen, either now or maybe even a little bit later in the afternoon, could, like, as this boundary gets close. I mean, pretty much as long as this boundary is to your west, you're going to have a chance for severe weather as it approaches. As of right now, there's no storms down there, but that could change. But once this boundary gets fully past you, you'll be good to go for the rest of the night. That'll be pretty much the time when we can be like, you're probably not going to see much. You got a new job as a nurse, the cardiac ICU at Virginia Hospital in Arlington. All right. Congrats. You'll be helping a lot of folks. Did they expand this? No, it's just a little update. Hold on. They might have allowed this to expire. Yeah. The storms which prompted the warning have weakened below severe limits and have exited the warned area. So it looks like they are going to let this severe thunderstorm expire, but that doesn't mean we're not going to get another one. Just for now, it looks like the storm's capability have dropped below severe thunderstorm limits. Now, still keep an eye out on this line of storms near Tona, Dodge Center, and Rochester as we move into the future here. Should be getting some storms pretty close to that camera that we had up. Let's go check that out. Not that one. Which one was it? It was this one, right? Yeah. Let's give this the old refresh. I see the rain. I was hoping for a shelf cloud, but there might not be one in here. We'll see. We'll keep coming back to it as the storm gets closer, I guess. Why are you watching someone looking at radar? I don't know. That's a good question. Why are you? Try to answer it. We all want to hear your answer. All right, looks like the DBZs are increasing a little bit. 66 now on this storm. Still 1 inch hail. Let's go look at those echo tops. Yeah, storm seems to be topping out at around 40 to 50,000 feet. And this hail showing up in the correlation coefficient a little bit. What is our VIL looking like? Yeah, just barely severe limits right now. So not quite there in terms of a significant hailer yet. Let's go do a little bit of analysis on this storm north of Columbus. There's your hail core right there. A little bit more DBZs on that latest scan. Looks like we're might be a little bit too close here. Let me look from radar further away on that one. Yeah, around 30 to 40,000 feet on those cloud tops. Looks like there might be some pea-sized hail in this storm now, north and east of Columbus, according to the VIL. Answer, because you love watching storms. Well, you're in the right place. We should see these storms. And looks like there is what looks like rain now showing up on Pagey's stream. Let me make sure we're recent here. There we go. Nice clear view out of Fremont, Nebraska. And there's some rain back there. There's probably a storm. Hopefully we get a nice little view of what this thing looks like. We're playing a tornado chaser game. Which one? There's so many, I feel like. I think Roblox has got one. There's a couple on Steam. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I think the Roblox one is the most realistic for now. What was that last warning that just came through? Severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, so they did upgrade this severe thunderstorm warning to $half sized hail now over there near Hampton and Bradshaw, heading up towards in between Polk and Benedict, right in there. So they did increase the hail size on this. $half sized hail is to be expected. Outbreak. Yeah, I don't like. I think Outbreak is a really cool concept. I like the graphics on Outbreak, but every single one of their tornadoes look almost the exact same. They need to fix that. Like there needs to be wedges, there needs to be ropes, there needs to be like, different types of, like I like where they're going. And I think when they, finally get to that stage and where they're changing the different type of tornadoes that they have, and they can really get into like the different types of shapes, the multi-vortice tornadoes, all those different kinds. I think that game's gonna be like really good. But for now, I agree, it is a little bit unfinished. All right, latest scan. Or we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm now. That is for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be heading. Looks like that main hail core is going to be heading up towards Webster, Snyder, and Dodge. Hopefully, we'll go north of Schuler. But it's a skinny rope. Exactly. It's a little bit unrealistic. But I would definitely, I'm not a big gamer myself, but I like realism type things. So if they can like really nail that down, I would definitely play it. I think every now and then, but I think it'd be fun to virtually storm chase. All right, latest scan on this storm looks like our DBZs are increasing a little bit. Yeah, almost 70 DBZs in this storm now. What is our Ville looking like? Echo tops are pretty high. Ville is building. So is this one to the south. So I would say this storm is probably going to get an upgrade on its warning here shortly. There could be larger hail than 1 inch sized hail in that one. All right, latest scan with this storm. Yeah, still not a whole lot of change in our velocities. I'm going to check in on this little area. Yeah. So not a whole lot of change in our velocities in terms of stronger winds with the leading edge of this storm, but some rain and thunder, potentially some small hail is about to push into New Richland and Owatonna here in Minnesota, down there in southern Minnesota. I don't know. I've never played the Roblox version, but I've seen like videos of it on YouTube, and it seems pretty fun. It has rotating wall clouds, different types of tornadoes, different types of environments producing different types of tornadoes. It has like a lot of like you can buy like different storm chasing cars, all that kind of stuff. Pretty cool. I don't think I'd ever play it because Roblox is a child's game, but it looks cool. I'm more into like realism games though. Like if there's like a flight simulator, I like flight simulator. If I were to play, I just don't play that often. I usually just like learn and go live for severe weather. Twisted does have Midwest style to it, which I really like and enjoy. I gotcha. Anyone know why Ryan Hall isn't live? I don't know. Probably because this storm does not meet his criteria as bad enough to go live. I had to guess, but apparently he changed his criteria, so he might go live. I don't know. I do not work for him or talk to him. It looks like our map finally showed up. So yeah, look at this. So our 20 UTC sounding, it's just one. What's up with that? Where's all of our soundings at? And we've only had like 2 soundings released today. Oh, yesterday. They usually come out in like 12. Yeah, 12 UTC and a bunch of little soundings. Then today, We didn't get anything on the 12 UTC. Budget and staffing cuts, I guess. I'm hoping that maybe they just don't have enough, resources to release it to the public, but they still have it deep inside. All right, we just had an upgrade here to our severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be over there in between Arborville and Bradshaw. That's going to be for golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, as that pushes off towards the north and east, just to the west of Benedict. So watch out. That hail is almost significant. Golf ball sized hail is going to be enough to at least put dents in your cars and maybe crack some windows. Yeah, I don't know. I know that they are severely underfunded and severely understaffed. So, they're definitely in the process of trying to put resources where it's needed and take resources away from things that aren't necessarily 100% needed. So, more of a public facing data server might be something that is sacrificed, but they might still have that sounding data and balloon launches available to them in AWIPS, which is what I would assume, because models are very important. I don't think they're gonna, I think though, like the if we start losing the sounding data completely, I mean, it's gonna be very obvious. All of our models are gonna stop working. No problem, Pamela. Yeah, I mean, all they're really doing is just, unfortunately. Oh, looks like we just got a new update on this warning. Now we are now talking about ping pong ball sized hail. Let me see if that warning's come in yet. Might have just updated. Oh, there it is. So, yeah, ping pong ball sized hail. It's going to be Colfax, Curring, and Dodge, Nebraska. If you guys live in this area, make sure that you are indoors and away from windows. That's getting pretty close to being able to cause some damage to vehicles and maybe even your windows. And any pets outside or cars, if you live in Webster, Snyder, and Dodge, you got a little bit of time to get those things out of Dodge from the store. Mr. Top Fan's birthday. Nice. Well, happy birthday, man. Hopefully it is awesome and you get a bunch of well wishes. All right. Yeah. Okay. And they're trying to keep the net. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is the thing is though is that there is going to be a point, and I've been saying this for a while, and I still believe it's possible. There is going to be a point where it just all collapses. All right, looks like we just got our first considerable. Never mind. Yeah, still. Is this considered considerable? I guess it is, right? That's still golf ball sized hail. Heading now towards Benedict, Thayer, and Waco, here in Nebraska, was just issued. And just check over here. We'll bring the radar up here for a little bit, just so folks in southern Minnesota can keep an eye on this line. New Richland and Atona are going to be next in line for those 50-mile-per-hour winds up there. 1.75 is considerable. Okay, thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, it's really hard to talk about the NWS without people bringing up politics, but, you know, it's really not a political matter. It's just, you know, whether you have any sense or not. I mean, it just depends, man. There is a point where, they cut a couple of servers and everything's going to fall apart. And like I said earlier, if we start to get a significant degrading to where like radars aren't working or if our models start falling apart, I'm going to take a break from the channel and just go across the country and just try to convince um, every single senator and House member to stop, pass something to keep the NWS alive. I hate that I have to do that, but I mean, if I can't even do my job and forecast and all of that, I won't be doing anything on the channel anyways. All right, latest scan on this storm, man. Starting to see those DBZs really start to rise. 73 DBZs now in this storm, which indicates that we are getting some potentially pretty hefty hail inside of this. Yeah, you can see it showing up on the correlation coefficient. Vertically integrated liquid is pretty decent there, and our cloud tops are continuing to bubble up here. Now officially at 50,000 feet. So this storm is probably getting pretty close to producing our first significant hailstorm here. Again, that's heading towards Benedict and Thayer here in the Nebraska area. No, tornado watch has already been issued in this area, Jareth. That's the black shaded region. No, I don't think they're going to do that. NWS does not, favor larger cities over smaller. Well, I guess they do a little bit just due to the fact of like where they place their radars. But I think what they're going to do is they're going to stop putting so much resources to events that don't seem that bad and only hyper focus their resources on significant events. Kind of what like the bigger YouTube channels do. Does Bradshaw Storm have rotation? No, we don't have any rotation with any of these storms yet. Mainly just a big hail threat right now. Oh, what happened to Paige? She still alive, or is that a me thing or her thing? Nope. Just the clouds are moving real slow. It is live. So this is the storm near the Columbus area, just east of Columbus, heading towards Webster and Schuler and Snyder with that $50 sized hail. Let's listen in to what they're saying.
It's that time of year.
Threat is mainly for hail, and it will be a little bit wind driven. We should be able to get up to 60-mile-per-hour winds in most of these storms after they really get started.
And honestly, it looks like it's starting to get a little...
Yeah, you can see on the left side of the screen. Let me get my little video capture device. You see on the left side of the screen, there is your mesocyclone right here. Back over here, you see where the sun is kind of setting back here. So that is like where it's kind of rain free, and then back over here where it gets gray, that's where the most likely our hail is falling right now. And I think they're near like the Linwood area, just south of Webster. So there's probably quite something off to their left too, as well. Armenias and Schuler. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be using them today. I think I got to keep the budget real small for this live stream. All right, let's come back over to here. Latest scan on this storm. Still some decent DBZs on this. Like that hail is, the main core of this hail is south of Benedict. In between Benedict and Thayer. That's where our main hail core is right now. But eventually, I do think Benedict will get in on some of this heftier hail eventually. But watch out. Again, golf ball sized hail. I don't want to mess around with that. If you got pets outside, please get them indoors. Is the line firing up at 7 and 8, looking like it'll stay north of Omaha? Well, this is the line that was supposed to fire at 7 and 8, but it's already firing. And as you can see, these storms are going to make a close approach to Omaha. It does seem like there's a little bit more of an easterly trajectory with this guy. So it'll either go just north of Omaha or directly into Omaha. Still a little bit uncertain on just exactly what the intensity will be by the time it gets there. One of the main things that I'm going to be keeping an eye on is eventually we will get a surface inversion near these storms. Really just depends on, when. Hey, thank you, Mr. Top Fan, for becoming a WIMD member. I do appreciate that. Welcome to the Fra Fam again. Surface inversion, at least in relation with these storms. So as long as they are producing rain, so we're getting a little bit of a cool view here. From Pagey Tornado. There's our building storm over there near Columbus, Nebraska. But yeah, as long as the storm is raining or hailing, right? Like we're witnessing with the storm that we're looking at right now, it is slowly building a cold pool near the surface, right? And if that cold pool kind of surges out in front of the storm, it cools down the surface of the atmosphere more than it does above it. And so you have a little bit of a temperature inversion from the surface to the atmosphere above the surface because of that cold pool near the surface, because cooler air sinks to the bottom, doesn't really rise as much as warm air. And so that temperature inversion can kind of keep the storms from especially becoming tornadic sometimes, and also can lower the severity of the storm. It's a pretty cool looking storm though over there near Schuler. Making sure we don't have any upgrades on this. Still 1.5-inch hail. What in the heck? Look at that. I don't think that's a tornado.
You guys see that?
Is that a fire? I think it's just dust.
Car is like shaking. Really
That's
bad.
NATO.
I don't know why. I wish I could push it so I could see it. I'm just trying to. My hands are just too shaky right now.
Shaky
I don't know what I'm
hands.
gonna do either.
She might have low blood sugar.
You help me.
But yeah, there's some dust back there. I don't know if it's a dust NATO or not. Didn't seem to have any rotation to it. Kind of just seemed like a little burst of a little gust and a little dust, a little gusty dust, dusty gust. All right, latest information. Looks like our DBZs actually went down a little bit. Let me just double check. Well, we still have over 70 DBZs, especially back over here south and west of Benedict. That is moving towards Benedict and Thayer. No rotation on these storms yet, which is great news. That is out in the clear air. But yeah, still main hail core is north of Schuler. Some of that might be getting spun in to the Schuler area. So I wouldn't completely rule out hail there. And this one further down to the south is going to be heading towards David City, Prague, Linwood, and North Bend here in Nebraska. That was disgusting. Wow. I didn't know you had that in you. That is some prime. That is a prime. That is like a 10 out of 10, 20 out of 10 pun. Jeez Louise. That was crazy. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Carmen has a good view. Let me check him out. Oh, looks like he's frozen. Let's get it going. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's in, appears to be in Nebraska too, I think. Or maybe, is he in Nebraska or is he, does anybody know where Carmen is? That is a pretty cool view, though. Must be the mesocyclone. Should be careful, though, because this storm just got upgraded to 2-inch sized hail. 2-inch sized hail. That's hen egg sized hail. About to head into the Webster area. So watch out. This storm has got some pretty dangerous hail in it. That'll be probably big enough to break some windows. Oh, yeah, you can see that Scuddy base also now on Paige's view on the left side. That is the mesocyclone of the storm, I believe. You can see that hail's falling to the right, and just to the left is that what appears to be a lowering underneath the storm. Could just be Scud, could also be the beginnings of a wall cloud. I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation. Well, you might be able to make an argument that there's some very broad circulation with this storm right now. And look at that contrast though between like the base of this storm and the sunlight behind it. That is a cool shot. With the hail off to the right. Quite the view there from Pagey Tornado. But yeah, one thing that I'm noticing here is we are starting to get a little bit of a curvature to this storm. I'm still waiting on that latest velocity scan to come in though. One of these get upgraded to golf balls. Is this one? Yeah, this one still just got a new upgrade or update. Still some golf ball sized hail with this storm. Now pulling up into Thayer, Nebraska. Next in line is going to be Grisham. That is pretty textbook. That is for sure. It's a beautiful view over there. If you like that kind of stuff, I personally would love to see something like this in my backyard, minus the hail. Minus the hail. But unfortunately, that is not the case. All of that blob that you guys are seeing right here in this area, all of that is that 2-inch hail, that hen egg sized hail that is coming out of this storm right now. That's all hail.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Goodness. Tornado warning was just issued for this storm, which is honestly a little bit surprising. Not a whole lot of rotation with this storm right now. Here is our little area. You can see our wind is well out in front of it. Maybe a little bit of a land spout threat could be possible with this. But I'm just not seeing a whole lot of organized rotation there. But if you live in North Bend, Morris Bluff, and just west of Hooper. I guess get into your safe spots just in case. Someone might have reported something. We'll look at Carmen's view here, see if we can see anything. Oh boy. And there's a little dust buster under there.
Yeah, I might have to move soon. This is getting
Actually a wall cloud.
I guess. A little bit. Look at all the dust that's kicking up.
This is the tornado warned storm, pretty sure. It's a lot of dust there. I'm wondering if people
I might have to move in a second,
calling in reporting dust as
me.
tornadoes again.
It's still messy. The wall cloud's messy. There's been a couple gustnados ish, I guess. There's a huge, I mean, it's kicking up dust like crazy. Yeah, I think there's something going on right there in front of me. It's rotating a little bit.
Yeah, we might have a dustnado.
But I'm gonna have to move in about 30 seconds probably. We'll get another video.
And this is Carmen. He is right next to this tornado warned
There's
storm.
a little inflow tail on the right side too. It's very messy though.
Yeah, I agree. It is a messy. If it is a wall cloud, it is really messy.
Moving really slow, and it's not like when I'm chasing a Mississippi and this thing's moving 70 miles an hour. All right.
Very interesting.
That's very close. All right, I'm gonna move back a few miles. Stay ahead of this thing.
Looks like he's gonna reposition a little bit, which is probably not the dumbest idea, if I had to guess. Just mainly because you never know what the storm might do, so always good to keep your distance from, the danger parts of the storm. But if you're just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning over here. Not a whole lot of rotation, really, with this storm right now. I mean, it's just mainly a gust front right now. Not even really seeing any circulations out in front of where the storm is right now. So again, there's definitely a dustnado threat with this storm, but dustnados don't cause really much damage at all. This is Pagey's view of the same storm. And as you can see, there is dust showing up in there as well with that, what appears to be a lowering of scud underneath the base of our storm as it attempts to become surface-based. And yeah, that's going to be the area, that little lowering right there that we're going to be watching if this storm does develop some legitimate rotation in it. Now, you can see that dust blowing out to the left there. Wouldn't rule out land spouts either. Could be a little land spouty today. Might get one or two land spouts. But right now, I can tell you, all those little things of dust that's rising out from underneath this thing right now is gustnados at this moment. There's no areas of circulation above them at this current moment. But we're going to keep a very close eye on it. For the folks there in North Bend, I would still be in your safe spots. Again, your safe spot is the lowest, most interior portion of your house. There's many walls between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is on the ground. Oh yeah, the graphic. Yes. Let me get that up. They also just extended this severe thunderstorm warning off to the east. That's going to be for 1.5-inch hail, moving towards Ulysses, B, Dwight, Valparaiso, Seward, and Garland. You guys need to be indoors and away from windows. Here we go. And these are the graphics here. And a dustnado is essentially, it causes minimal to weak damage, forms from the outflow boundaries, and has no cloud contact. So you see the rain coming down. That creates that cold pool. Cold pool kind of surges out in front of the storm. And sometimes along that outflow boundary, there is enough vorticity and it spins up these little gustnadoes out in front of it, but it's not under any circulation from the storm. Davenport be okay. Some large hail is definitely going to be possible nearby there. I think Davenport. Where is Davenport? Covered Davenport so many times. Not showing up on my map here. I feel like it's like, isn't that? Yeah, it's over here. Probably not. It should be subsided by the time it gets to you. Man, look at this. Still seeing a lot of dust out of this storm. Look at that on the left side there. See, that wall cloud is getting a lot less. It's looking a lot more ragged and weak.
Are we not live?
And this is the tornado warned storm. We're not seeing any tornadoes on the ground at this moment of it, though. Check back in with Carmen. See what he's up to. It looks like he's still repositioning at this moment. And here's a storm we're keeping an eye on. Not a whole lot of rotation on it still. Still surprised. They must have gotten a... I wonder if someone reported like that as a tornado earlier. That little thing that Paige was looking at. I want to warn folks in Nebraska that these little areas of dust get reported as tornadoes all the time when they're not. Just keep that in mind. We might have a couple of false reports today, but bottom line is the good thing is that we are going to have storm chasers near these storms pretty much all day, so we should be able to determine. But yeah, man, that is a lot of dust on the left side. Definitely some pretty strong winds with this storm. That's about to head into the North Bend area.
They're everywhere.
I know, the bugs are like they're not.
Yeah, that wall cloud though is on
lightning?
That was a weird little lightning bolt. Yeah, the wall cloud was over here, but you can see it's looking a lot more ragged now. Look at all of this dust. All this stuff over here is just dust being pushed out. The outflow of the storm is right on the leading edge of it, pushing out in front, picking up all of this dust.
Do you see that?
Yeah, I do see that.
Or is that moving the opposite way?
Tomorrow, maybe. It's a pretty conditional day down there, but I think there should be a little bit more shear tomorrow. But it seems like the storms might have a tendency to be elevated tomorrow. But still could get some pretty big hailers out of those. Not really sure if the tornado threat should be pretty similar to today, very conditional.
Just want to go east.
Yeah, let me check.
Somebody reported a tornado. Brief tornado may have occurred.
May have occurred.
Lots of dust.
Oh, is that what that is? See the?
I see, yeah, I definitely
Is that a
see.
land
It
spout?
looks land spouty, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's trying.
Yeah, it is.
Not seeing it. All I see is dust.
Well, go east on
All right, 30.
What we're looking
Yeah,
for
the
is
tornado's
little
right
areas
behind
of
us.
circulation
Yeah,
above
oh,
the
there's
dust.
behind us.
There's Post
And then
up
that
there.
dust rising up into the bottom of that.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to stop getting all the dust.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Put up your window.
Whoa. That is a
See this
big
little
old
scan?
area of dust. Oh, my goodness. We got like a legit dust storm starting to happen here with this storm. When does this happen? Wow. Look at that. Whoa. Just a lot of dusty fields in Nebraska and a big old gust front. That's what we're seeing right there. Wow. And that's almost a full-blown dust storm happening with this storm right now. Couple it? No. No, there's really not too much strong rotation with this storm right now. There's a lot of dust in there. See a funnel? No. You can see, okay, let me bring up my thing here. You can see that, like, you see the shape of it? That is the exact shape of the outflow that you would think. Like, if you looked at a picture of what an outflow should look like about in front of a storm. So this is a cold pool of air surging out in front of it, lifting up a bunch of dust into the updraft of the storm. We got pretty much a full-blown dust storm. Problem is now, unfortunately, is that if a land spout happened in here, or if we had like a mesocyclone form above this thing, and produce a tornado, it'd be kind of hard to see if it was in there or not. But yeah, you can see that this entire gust front here is picking up a whole lot of dust, and you can see it getting lifted up into the leading edge of that updraft as that cold pool kind of surges out in front of the storm. Oops, looks like they are getting some service issues here. Let's see if we got another perspective here from Carmen yet. Not yet. Looks like they lost service. Yeah, here is your tornado warned storm. And on radar, it's very clear. There's your gust front. We're seeing a lot of this dust being pushed out in front of that. We don't really have a couplet with this storm right now. We just mainly have a gust front right here. We do have some technical broad circulation, but just due to our visuals of this storm near the surface, that wall cloud that was on this thing has since dissipated. But it does seem to be trying to latch on to this little boundary that's out here. So got to watch for rotation right here in this area near North Bend. If we were to get rotation actually show up with this storm, it would happen right in this area. Yeah, there's no tornado at the... If anything, we've had a couple of gust-nados, and that's about it. I'll put... well, I want to keep Paigey under me because I know she keeps getting a good view of that area, but she's not currently got good service. So let's go bring Carmen up here just as a placeholder until she gets some service back. Yeah, looks like we just got a new update on our severe thunderstorm warning. Still potentially 2-inch hail over here south of Webster, moving off towards the Hooper, Nebraska area. And that's hen egg sized hail. Almost a haboob. Almost. Also, this storm over here near Seaward has been downgraded to now ping pong ball sized hail heading towards Ulysses, Dwight, Brainerd, and Garrison. Want to update the title? I did. Tornado warning in Nebraska. It's updated. We get a wind speed measurement? Probably not. Those are hard to come by. Oops, looks like Paigey's got her stream back up and running here. See if we can't get another visual on this thing. We'll listen in.
Do you see that though? It's like flying backwards.
Yes, I see it.
Just don't come
looking at the storm yet. So I'm going to put them under me and we'll switch back over to them once they get a view back of that storm. Again, we're currently keeping our eye on this tornado warned storm with some 2-inch size hail in it. Still not a whole lot of rotation showing up on this thing. Still mainly just a gust front here, heading through the North Bend area, pushing towards 30. Again, tornado warning says radar indicated rotation. And that's all we're seeing right now. So again, no reports of an actual tornado on the ground. We've had people, and we've seen with our eyes, gustnadoes with this storm, but we haven't seen any real tornadoes with this storm as far as we can tell. It's a dust storm. It is pretty dusty. Hopefully we can get another view on that shortly. I think right now most of our chasers are just repositioning at the moment. Yeah, they've been in the watch for a while, but you guys haven't gotten a new severe thunderstorm warning in a very long time. So there is a decent little blob of rain and thunder, though, heading towards the Dodge City area. Oh, looks like Carmen might be about to give us a view of the dust. See if it's still looking. Oh, looks like we're. Unfortunately, for some reason on YouTube, when you move the camera, it like lowers the bit rate. Fortunately, not really getting a good look at it there. Looks like Pagey Tornado is still repositioning, but you can still definitely tell there is a lot of dust back into this storm right now. Lots of dust still happening. Again, visibility is going to drop to near zero where that dust goes over. So if you live over here, just like and you're driving along Highway 30 here north of Fremont, it could get pretty dangerous. Latest scan here on our storm, still mainly just a gust front here, pushing off towards the north and east towards 30. Again, still not a whole lot of strong rotation, tornadic rotation in this, but I wouldn't rule out like a land spout or a gustnado at this point. Which again, those don't usually cause really much damage at all. Oh, wow. Pagey got a view of it just for a brief moment, and it is still quite the dust storm. Look at that. There we go. Like she's got good service again. Man. Wonder how long this little dust storm is going to last for. I guess it should theoretically last as long as there's some dust on the ground and wind in the air. Stormwater Media is on it too. Yeah. I'm trying to stay on a budget today because I just don't think we're going to be able to afford really much more than Pagey or Carmen at this point. So, just 4 more hours until the watch ends, and then you can go to bed. There you go. Yeah, these storms shouldn't be tornadic really for very long, if at all, today. All right, latest scan just came in. Still mainly just a gust front here, pushing off towards the east, over 30. And I would say the main threat with this storm right now is one, the visibility issues, and also our hail core here, heading over just south of Hooper here in Nebraska. That's that 2-inch hail that is moving y'all's ways. That is still the most dangerous threat. Even though it's tornado warned, we don't have any strong rotation within this storm yet. So still mainly just a damaging wind and very large hail threat up there to the north. Also starting to see some more storms fire up to the north here towards Tikama, south of Onawa. Those are going to be most likely intensifying over the next couple of minutes to an hour. And those could eventually start producing some hail into Iowa. Yeah, their service is really struggling. I think it's because they're on a dirt road right now, and usually when you get a lot of bumps, it like ruins the service a little bit. Still is a lot of dust though. Like there's going to be a really bad outbreak in May. It's always possible in May, but really just depends on what the storms do. And a lot of people were saying that these couple of days, stretch of days, were looking bad on the long-term models, and that we still have some areas of significant weather possible, and a couple tornadoes could definitely happen. But in terms of like what April and May could do in relative to that, these are not the kind of storms that will produce that. Maybe on Sunday, I think Sunday's risk, if it holds together on the models, might be our biggest day out of all of these, but we'll see how the models change. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what what May does. It's always kind of hard to tell this far out. All right, let's see. We got the latest scan in on our storm. Still mainly just a gust front, maybe some stronger winds developing here just north of Ames. Does kind of seem like that could be some side lobe contamination or just legitimately an area of some stronger winds there, which wouldn't surprise me if this was where our leading edge of our gust front was. Still radar indicated rotation on this storm. We'll see if I got a feeling they're not going to extend it, but they did issue it when there really wasn't that much rotation in the first place. So I wonder if they just keep it going if we keep on getting reports of, dust NATOs. Going north of Omaha. We'll see. This one's kind of taking a pretty direct trajectory towards the Omaha area. One for ping pong ball sized hail at the moment. It may or may not. Exactly. We'll see what happens in May. It is pretty interesting, though. A lot of the, I guess, the teleconnections were calling for, a quieter April and May, which the tornado season did get started with a bang. But I'm wondering if we have, maybe a little bit of a quieter end of April and beginning of May than normal, and then maybe we get some bigger storms after that, or maybe we get some bigger storms during the middle or the beginning of May. It's always hard to tell. All right, do we have our latest scan on the storm yet? Not yet. Guys, you don't live near a field right now? Yeah. Yeah, in that dust is probably some cow poop. Some dried up cow feces probably in that dust. Probably not a smart thing to breathe that in. It's like Pagey's trying to get a view of that dust again. Oh wow, yeah. Yeah, still a big area of dust being blown out in front of this storm. You just can't get a good view because they're in motion and she's like holding the camera. So it just lowers the connectivity by quite a bit. They would need to stop in order to get stable connection and like turn towards the storm. You can definitely tell that there is still definitely some dust in this storm. And that is pushing off on the very leading edge right here in this area of the storm. Pushing off to the east. We do have our latest reflectivity scan now. Still seeing quite the hail core on this storm as that pushes towards don't we have any cities out here. Road 11 seems to be a pretty rural area. Latest velocity scan still looking kind of the same. Still mainly just a gust front here on the southern side of this, pushing that dust. So that dust is going to be located right on the leading edge of this. Probably about to make it into the northern portions here of northern Fremont, if I had to guess. So we just got a new info on this storm. Still 1-inch hail on this storm north of David City, pushing off towards the east towards Prague and Morris Bluff. And this one over here, north and west of Seaward, still has that ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Heading towards Dwight and B next. It looks like Ulysses, Nebraska is getting in on some hail right now. Just double check back up here in Minnesota. Yeah, for Minnesota, looks like your line of storms is coming for Albert Lee and Hayfield and Dodge Center and Bloomington Prairie next. Again, these ones aren't going to be that bad, but definitely something to at least be indoors for. They might issue a precautionary tornado warning. Yeah, let me check the upper elevations. Yeah, I mean, there's really not a whole lot of rotation in the loft either. All the way up, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's worth it. You do have to watch the leading edges of these gust fronts, but I mean, you could tell pretty clearly on radar. This is currently a pretty outflow-dominated area, but yeah, I guess I wouldn't rule out a precautionary tornado warning to be extended from here. They're borrowing staff from NWS Memphis. No, I mean, Nebraska's usually pretty cautious when it comes to tornado warnings, especially when there's like, what the heck is this guy doing? He just parked in the middle of the road. This Oklahoma storm chaser? Is that News 9 from Oklahoma? Blocking the road. What the heck is that? That was irresponsible. Luckily, he wasn't sitting there when the dust came through. But boy, Paige probably wouldn't have seen him at all.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to extend this as a precautionary tornado warning here for the Fremont, Arlington, Kennard, and Bennington area. To be radar indicated still with some max hail of up to 2 inches possible. Yeah, that's going to be for Fremont, Arlington, Kennard, and Bennington. Just be in your safe spots until the storm passes. I mean, you definitely don't want to be near windows, that's for sure, with this storm, because regardless of whether this thing spits out a tornado or not, it's going to have that 2-inch size hail. And again, that's going to be big enough hail to break your windows. He's got new information on this. They did upgrade this warning now to golf ball sized hail. And that's going to be heading towards the Valparaiso area. So a little bit of an update or a little bit of an upgrade there on that warning. Oh my goodness. There it is. Oh boy. Are we about to go inside the belly of the beast? Audio's a little wonky. Oh yeah, here we go. We're going into the dust storm. Oh, I don't like this. A bunch of storm chasers out and big old wall of dust, lower visibility. All right, let's see what this dust storm's all about. If that audio has gotten any better. Ooh, not really. And you see the dust is moving pretty quickly. Pretty strong winds are going to be right in that area, so winds will definitely pick up. Man, look how fast that dust is moving. Wow. Oh, yeah, here comes the wind. You can see it push their car over a little bit to the left. Wow. Man. That's pretty intense. Oh, man. Yeah, these storms have some really strong winds in it. Really strong winds. Wow. What in the heck? Look at that. Man, I wish they had audio, like good audio right now. And those power lines, surprised they're still up. At least 70 to 80 mile per hour winds right there. Which would explain why there's a bunch of dust. Wow. This is crazy. I can't believe they drove into this thing. Yeah, I'd watch out there in Fremont. Those winds are pretty gnarly. Those winds are pretty gnarly inside of this thing. Very dangerous driving conditions, as you saw there as well. And again, that's this storm right here. This is our tornado warn storm. Not a whole lot of indications of some, strong rotation on this storm yet, but it's definitely got a lot of dust and some strong winds with it right now. It does seem to be trying to latch onto that boundary, but I'm not seeing it, a definite indication of rotation just yet. But if you live in Fremont, Arlington, Bennington, and Kennard, I would still be in your safe spots. We got to watch the northern edge of this gust front for some tornadic activity. It's certainly still going to be possible with this thing. Check the higher elevations. Yes. Yeah, not really a whole lot of rotation aloft on this thing yet. It does look very supercellular, though. That is for sure. Man. And that hail is starting to wrap into the Fremont area. Oh, yeah. Look at Pagey's view. Got big hail. Holy moly. Big hail. Do y'all see those hailstones fly across the road? Oh, my goodness. They might need to upgrade this hail warning. Some of those hailstones look like tennis balls. Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to get the hail plinking sound. Man, that's wind-driven hail, too. They might break a windshield. Those hailstones were being flung across the road there. My goodness, man. Geez, if one person stops in the middle of the road due to not being able to drive, this is scary, man. This is like zero visibility. Let me see if that's something they can fix. I'm going to text Pagey really quick and tell her that audio's a little funky. Man. This is crazy. It looks like they're like driving in on Mars. Oh, yep. Here comes more hail. All right, let's go check in on our latest radar scan on this storm. Here's our storm. Still looks like mainly just a gust front here. Not seeing any evidence of like tornadoes on the ground in this area. And it's still pushing off towards the east, towards Arlington, Kennard, and Bennington. Again, this has got a lot of dust in it. I mean, you're pretty much just got a dust storm, full-blown dust storm heading your way right now. I wonder if that was her fixing the audio. Yeah, it was. And again, this storm has some 2-inch hail, but I think it could potentially have even bigger than that. I swear,
I'm on 5G.
I saw some.
Oh, okay.
I swear I saw some bigger hailstone. Like, it looked like there were some tennis balls falling out of that storm for a second. Yeah, she just texted me. She just texted me and said that they just got assaulted by baseballs. So they think it was baseball-sized hail.
Throwing an outflow. Has to be.
Wow.
Just pulling right back into
Ooh,
it.
yeah, it is.
Big wind.
I just saw something. If you want to go to
Wow.
30. Ah!
Oh my gosh, that was a big hailstone. Oh my goodness. Oh man, that hail's moving fast too. Uh-oh. Pray for the windshield. I don't know if it's gonna last. Again, this is coming right into the Fremont area here in Nebraska. After Fremont, talking Arlington and Kennard, Nebraska after this. And this is what's coming your way. Wind-driven, potentially tennis balls to baseball-sized hail, and a lot of dust.
And then you can make a left at the stop sign here.
Still watching out for that tornado threat, too. Oh, man, they're going to get right in that hail core, aren't they?
Yeah,
That's where we were earlier.
yeah.
Anybody coming your way?
No.
Boy. Yeah, I just keep seeing hail explode on the ground. And then it explodes into pieces that you can still see. Which, oh my goodness. Look at that wind.
Oh, this is small, man.
Yeah, bottom line, folks, is whether there's a tornado inside of this thing or not, this is a strong and dangerous storm. I would definitely be in your safe spots if you live in Arlington, Kennard, in Nebraska, and Bennington, Nebraska. This storm means business.
Oh, look at all that stuff flowing.
Man, something just flew across the road there. Oh boy, they're going to drive right into this hail core, aren't they? You can see how fast the wind is as it moves across the road there as well.
Here comes more
Oh my
baseball.
gosh, that was a big hailstone that just hit the ground. Oh my, see how it explodes into, like,
Whoa.
the hail is exploding into quarter-sized hail, which means that it's like made up of multiple pieces of like quarter-sized hail. So we're probably dealing with some baseballs for sure. My goodness.
Baseballs.
Yep, baseballs. This needs to get a severe thunderstorm warning upgrade. Yeah, they just upgraded it to tennis ball-sized hail. There's probably baseballs inside of this thing.
Truck up here, too.
Holy freaking crap.
Yeah, this is a serious storm. I mean, whether there's a tornado inside of it or not, this is going to cause a decent amount of damage for whoever property this goes in, because it's not just bigger hail, it's also wind-driven hail. Some of that hail was moving through the air at 70 miles per hour, potentially even 80 miles per hour. That's going to cause a lot of damage as it slams into a window or the side of your house or your roof. You don't want to be looking outside your window being like, oh my gosh, there's a whole bunch of... Yeah, Lee. This is nuts. All right, let's go look at our latest radar update, checking in on our... See if we got any new areas of rotation popping up yet. Not yet, folks. Still not a whole lot of rotation in this storm. This is still mainly just a damaging wind and very large hail threat. So I would continue to be in your safe spots, though, just in case, because a lot of the times, or not a lot of the times, but some of the times, what happens with some of these gust fronts is they gust out to the east just like that. And then on the northern side, it starts to rotate. So we're still keeping an eye out for that. That hasn't happened yet, but there are some pretty strong winds inside of this storm. Yeah, potentially up to 70. I would say even some isolated spots inside of the storm of up to 80 miles per hour. Moving off to the east. And again, that tennis ball-sized hail is also falling that fast as well. So you don't want to second guess that. Let's come back. Well, actually, let's go give an update. So Arlington, it looks like it's going to be there within the next couple of minutes. Kennard, probably 5 to 10 minutes. Same with Washington. You guys all need to be in your safe spots there, hiding from the wind and hail, and also maybe a small tornado threat if this storm starts to rotate on its northern side. Further down to the south, we do have this storm still south of Valparaiso with some golf ball-sized hail. that is near B, still moving off to the east south of Valparaiso. There in Nebraska, I would still be sheltered in place for this storm. Golf ball sized hails, also nothing to mess around with. All right, let's come back over here to Pagey's View and continue to keep an eye on what the heck's happening underneath this thing. So if any time of land spouts or brief tornadoes try to form,
Right back in it, going that way.
Oh, Lord.
seems like they're trying to get out in front of it. How's Carmen doing? Is he surviving? Yeah, he's doing all right. He's staying out well ahead of this storm. Is that Connor Croft? I think that's Connor's car, actually. I just realized that. Pretty sure that's Connor Croft. All right, looks like they're struggling with the service. Let's come back over to here. Checking in on our tornado warning. Yeah, still no reports that this is on the ground. Let me mute them real quick. But this thing is still surging off to the east. I think the winds might have calmed down a little bit. Don't appear to be as strong as they were. We might also be getting a little bit close to that radar site as well, though. Yeah, still no rotational loft on this storm either. So it's mainly still just a gust front. Still definitely going to have that gust NATO and maybe a land spout threat with this, but as of right now, there does not seem to be a main circulation in the mesocyclone. Yeah, the hail is the biggest risk with this storm, and the fact that it's wind driven up to 70-mile-per-hour winds, that's a big deal. That means not only is the hail big, but it's moving fast. So it's got mass, you add speed, that adds momentum. Then you get stronger force, more force on impact, which means a higher probability that you get your windows broken in your car, higher probability that this storm is really dangerous if you're outside, higher probability that if your pets are outside, that they're going to get injured by this storm. So those are the things that you need to be moving to protect as this storm comes closer and closer to the Arlington area. And then Kennard is going to be after that. And Bennington. Looks like it might go north of Bennington, but I would still be in your safe spots just in case. It looks like, for the most part, this should go north of Omaha. Might just scrape into northern Omaha. We'll see. Is help an AI bot? No. He's a real person, I promise. Did they upgrade the thunderstorm warning? No, it's still max hail size up to tennis ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Around this time, yeah, they did. Yeah, I remember covering that. We were all over that storm, and yeah, it was pretty intense storm, that is for sure. We just got an update on this. So they did increase the hail size with the southern storm to 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And it looks like this storm is going to be continuing off towards the east. Looks like its hail core trajectory is mainly coming over here towards Greenwood and Ashland here into parts of Nebraska. This one could also make a pretty close approach here to the Omaha area. We just got an update on this northern one. Yeah, still 2-inch, still tennis ball sized hail there. Okay. Yeah, I see that. We already know it has baseballs inside of it, but I do appreciate you pointing that out. Just making sure black screens are not my fault. Yeah, it looks like they're going into another low surface area. Man, look at this. You can really tell on radar that this is just very outflow dominated storm right now. potentially the largest hail could be falling in the Arlington area right now. There's actually quite the CC drop there, indicating that we probably have some very large hail. And I think that's where Pagey, or close to where Pagey and Bryce were going through the storm. That makes a lot of sense. That would probably be where our baseball-sized hail is being flung out of the storm a little bit further down on the backside of this outflow boundary and then getting pushed. So the hail's probably, the mesocyclone or the updraft of the storm is probably located in this area. It's rising that hail up, and there's just and it's kind of getting slung out to the left, gets slung out to the right, and then any hail that gets slung out in this direction immediately gets picked up by that gust front, and it's getting pushed into the Arlington area, and then it will continue to get pushed further off to the east into Kennard, Washington, and then eventually 33 here. And if that hail continues all the way into Fort Calhoun might have to watch out for some pretty dangerous hail. Good news is, so far, no confirmed tornadoes. Just a lot of gust-nados out there. Looks like we got a fire that is causing damage, or no, power lines down in Ames, Nebraska. Power lines down in Ames, Nebraska. I can't show it, but the link is in the chat. Power lines down is causing a fire in Ames, Nebraska. We got a fire ongoing. Hopefully that doesn't spread. But thank you, Tornado Explorer, for finding that, bringing that to our attention. Still 2-inch hail on this southern storm here, now south of Valparaiso, but there does seem to be a little bit of hail still back over here. So Valparaiso still might get another bit of hail with this. I'm not sure if it's going to be that 2-inch sized hail or maybe a little bit smaller, but it seems like our main hail core should be located in this region right now. And that is continuing off towards the east, towards Caresco here in Nebraska. I do wonder if we have any cameras out up in there, if they are live. Sometimes with some of these cities, the bigger cities in some of these states, even though their other traffic cameras are picture cams, sometimes in the bigger cities, they have live cameras. Does not appear so. Yeah, waiting on that newest scan just came in. Still not a whole lot of evidence here that we have any dangerous areas of circulation yet. I'm noticing maybe some broader circulations trying to develop, maybe on the leading edge of this, but some of those might be. Some of those don't really seem to be. Well, that one over there might be legitimate. Right here in this area, maybe this one as well. It's pretty close, yeah. A couple of broad areas of circulation there, but nothing that is tight or strong, bringing out any tornadic concern yet. It looks like we just got an update on one of our warnings. Looks like it's this one for that baseball-sized hail, and looks like they have now turned this into a PDS, severe thunderstorm warning, of one baseball-sized hail, and now two, that 80-mile-per-hour wind. So 80-mile-per-hour winds can actually cause significant damage onto trailers, mobile homes, poorly built houses. Definitely want to be in your safe spots with this storm. If you live in a trailer, though, there's not going to be any safe spot for this storm. So again, we kind of already knew that there was probably stronger winds than 70 miles per hour in this thing, but now it seems like we've had official confirmation of that. And when you add that 80-mile-per-hour wind with the baseball-sized hail, this is a very dangerous and destructive severe thunderstorm pushing off towards Blair and Missouri Valley and Logan here in Nebraska and Iowa. So if you guys live in this area, even if you're outside of the tornado warning polygon, I would be in your safe spots, especially if you live near large trees. pretty decent chance that some of those large trees are going to come down. And if you're unlucky, they can come down on your house. And the best way to be safe from that is to be in the innermost interior portion of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. All right, looks like they're going to let this tornado warning expire. Tornado threat has diminished, and the tornado warning has been canceled. So the tornado, no more tornado warnings anymore. But we still have a very dangerous storm. If you live in this yellow polygon, I would still be in your safe spots. That is the latest on all of that. And a very dangerous storm up here to the north. This is about as close as you can get to, kind of the upper echelon of a severe thunderstorm warning. Yes, you can get storms with higher winds than this, but it's hard to get those higher winds with this large of hail. Yes, you can get storms with larger hail than this, but it's hard to get storms with that kind of large hail and 80-mile-per-hour winds at the same time. So it's kind of the combination of that baseball-sized hail and the 80-mile-per-hour winds that makes this storm so dangerous. Because again, that's going to be hail. Like imagine, like you playing baseball, if you're like playing in a high school league, somebody's throwing those baseballs sometimes up to 70 to 80 miles per hour. If you're outside, or if any of your animals are outside over here in Missouri Valley or Logan, in and along the Highway 29 area here in Iowa, it's going to be like a high school baseballer is just throwing baseballs at your pet or at you. You don't want to be outside. You want to be in your safe spots with this storm. Because again, that's 80-mile-per-hour winds that can knock down trees. And that hail is also going to be traveling at that speed. I think we got a new upgrade or a new update on one of our warnings. I think that's going to be this one. Yeah, looks like they are keeping this warning at 2-inch sized hail. And that is now moving south of Cresco, but probably is some hail in Cresco right now. And the next in line after that is going to be Ashland and Greenwood here, still in Nebraska. I do want to see if we can get some cams in Iowa in this area, because I know I have a couple in this area as well. So let me get Iowa's cameras up, because our most dangerous severe storm is going to be pulling up into the Iowa area here shortly. So let me come over here. Place this camera with our Iowa cam. Let's see. I mean, I think this is like, yeah, this is like right in line of this storm. See if I can get ooh, dang, if that one was live, that would have been a good one. Yeah, none of these cameras are live, unfortunately. Dang. Yeah, Iowa's kind of hit or miss. Like, here we go. Here's a live camera view. You can see there's your storm off on the left side. A little bit of a camera view there, just in case we need it. I want to see if we can capture the hail core of this storm, but it does kind of seem like on our latest scans, our DBZs are dropping off a little bit with this storm. But that might also be because we're really close to the radar. But down here, our DBZs are really picking up on this storm here further down to the south. So we might be getting some even bigger hail with this storm than what is currently being reported, because this has kind of got a similar look, not really necessarily as it had with the, with that weird looking outflow boundary that kind of looked like a hook echo for a second in a gust front. Not as strong as a gust front with this storm, but definitely looking very similar in terms of that look of the hail core that we have at that northern storm. So it wouldn't surprise me if we had a little bit of hail, potentially bigger than that quarters or than that 2-inch size hail. And yeah, I mean, looking at our echo tops here, You see, this storm is pretty tall. Let me see if we can get a look at this from another radar. Yeah. Yeah. 54,000 feet. That is pretty tall. A very tall storm. Definitely could have some pretty large hail in that. For reference, this one is also at 54,000 feet. So these storms are pretty close to the same maturity. So it wouldn't surprise me if we had maybe even some significant hail, some damaging hail within that storm as well. You'll go live in your RV running away from the storm. Oh my gosh. I mean, if you have an RV, I mean that's not a bad plan. Not a bad plan if it's mobile. If if any of you guys live in RVs and you're trying to figure out how to get away from this storm, free to let me know where it is, and maybe we can give you some directions. Brief tornado may occur. I mean, the only thing that we saw, we had storm chasers looking at it the entire time. It mainly just looked like a lot of dust. Dust NATO potentially, but it didn't seem to have any circulation above it. Not really sure. Not really sure how legitimate that report is. And that's probably what spurred the tornado warning. I think that's what Paigey was zooming in on initially when we first looked at her stream, and she had a little bit of dust underneath that bottom part of the storm. Could have been that. Let's give an update over here. Looks like our destructive severe storm with baseball-sized hail and wind gust up to 80 miles per hour is now moving into the Blair and Fort Calhoun area. Next after that is going to be Modale and Missouri Valley in Iowa. Continue to be sheltered in place and in your safe spots with that storm. This always happens in Nebraska. Yeah, it happens. Anytime there's dust near a storm on the outflow boundary of a storm, you will get reports of tornadoes that will be erroneous. Sometimes you just have storm spotters out there that aren't very experienced. Can't really tell a dust NATO from a tornado, and you get reports of like observed tornado on the ground when it's not really. Our camera here is still in the path of the hail. What I'm waiting to see here is the reaction of this road in the hail. I want to see how it interacts. Are we still seeing very large hailstones, or are we still seeing, are we seeing smaller hail? But this camera is pretty close to the road, so we should be able to determine the size pretty well. Thank you, Anthony, for the $2. Is that a usual procedure for the SPC to do that? To do what? We just got a new update on our severe thunderstorm warning, and they are still keeping that 80-mile-per-hour wind warning and the baseball-sized hail warning on it. Latest scan here further down to the south. Our hail is now continuing very close here to Cresco. You're either going to get hit by the largest hail here in Cresco or some of the smaller hail that's off to the north and west. But regardless, I would still be indoors and well away from those windows just in case. How can you send me a picture? Best way to do that is on Twitter. Falling baseballs. And not only that, baseballs moving at 80 miles per hour. This storm is essentially a high school pitcher. Or like, I would say like 1,000 high school pitchers all throwing baseballs at the same time as hard as they can from the sky. So that gives you a good mental picture of what this storm is capable of and how dangerous it could potentially be. I would certainly be indoors and away from windows and in your safe spots because, you wouldn't go out, near home plate without a helmet. And there's a reason for that. You get hit in the head with one of those baseballs, it hurts. Knock you out cold. And if you do that out here with this storm, not going to turn out very well because there's more baseballs after that. So you'll just be knocked out and still continuing to get pummeled by hail. So you don't want to be outside. You want to be indoors and in your safe spots, mainly because these 80-mile-per-hour winds with this storm can knock over trees and they can fall on your house. If you lived in, you might not know just how strong your roof is. And sometimes these 80-mile-per-hour winds can do damage and lift off parts of roofs as well. Just the straight line winds. Yes, Anthony. That does happen. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to remember where exactly it was. Was it in Illinois? Yeah, it was in Peoria. We had about like that last little dust NATO outbreak out here. We had about, I think it was like 12 tornado reports, but only one of them got confirmed, I think, as like an EF0. And I think that was a land spout. Yeah, they do that all the time. It's just something they put it there and then they'll filter it out later, depending on if they can conclude that it actually happened or not. Yeah, Discord can work too. That link is in the description if you want to send photos in there. Yeah, still 2-inch sized hail now. Coming a little bit too close to comfort there for Waverly. Could wrap around on this backside here. It doesn't look as crazy. Not a whole lot of pink and black colors back over here, but certainly some hail could be getting thrown out of this storm. As that pushes through the Waverly area. Man, look at this. Where is that? Oh, yeah, it's in the inflow of the storm there. We wouldn't rule out like a brief land spout in that area. Oh, wow. Here's a view from Pagey Tornado. Make sure this is current. That is. Listen in here really quick. Doesn't seem to be as much dust underneath this thing.
Okay, cool. Wow, look at those creatures again.
I know. So this is good.
Wow, that's great.
It's actually rotating.
They're saying something's rotating in this Nebraska storm, potentially. I'm hoping we can get a view of it, but they're saying that there might be something rotating in this storm. That might be a little area, like a little eddy out in front of the storm that might try to produce a little land spout, maybe. We'll see if we can get visual on it, but live in Fort Calhoun in Missouri Valley, your tennis ball sized hail threat and 80-mile-per-hour wind threat is on its way. It's coming very close to you guys. Still continue to be sheltered in place. Folks that can potentially come out of their safe spots is Arlington. Those winds should be past you, but I would still stay away from those windows just in case that hail is still wrapping around for some reason on the backside here. But you should be able to hear the hail and make that determination by yourself. Oh, yeah, look at this latest scan. Starting to get what appears to be a mesocyclone inside of this thing. Wait for the latest velocity. Let me check the rotation aloft over that area. Yeah, definitely some rotation on the upper levels. Not quite making it down to the surface. Let me see what time those velocity things came through. Yeah. Those all came in like a... Okay, here's a view here from Pagey. Brief one. Go back. Yeah, so that was the mesocyclone back in there. There's no wall cloud. It actually seems kind of elevated. But yeah, you see that dust popping out in front of it? Definitely probably have a little bit of a land spout threat.
It does.
It doesn't appear to be a wall cloud underneath that thing. Might be about to get some hail, though. All right, let's come back over to here and check in on our velocities. Okay, yeah, that right there. That is definitely an area of circulation developing here. It's not very strong yet, but it just passed over 133. There is actually definitely a little area of rotation here now developing. You see, it didn't develop out over here because that was out in front and in the inflow of the storm. It developed back over here where what appears to be a mesocyclone forming. I'm surprised there's not a wall cloud underneath that thing. But a tornado could be about to drop. On this storm, I would be expecting a tornado warning here shortly. Most likely for near Fort Calhoun, Crescent in Iowa as well, and south of Missouri Valley. Maybe even Carter Lake. Yeah, I mean, this thing's taking a southeast dive too. So maybe that might even include parts of Omaha. A tornado warning getting issued soon. I think that's a decent likelihood there. This storm too seems to be kind of organizing a little bit more. Still hasn't really developed a mesocyclone yet, but if we want to keep an eye on that. Put these storms in motion so you guys can see just where their path is. You can see this one starting to dive southeast, which you really got to watch out for these storms, because that's when, we're talking about, usually when they do the southeast dive, for some reason, storms seem to have a better capability of latching onto that outflow boundary, which might be what this storm is doing right now. Yeah, it looks like our latest update on this storm here, they're still keeping that baseball-sized hail, 80-mile-per-hour wind potential with this. And that is going through Fort Calhoun.
A new tornado warning has been
There's
issued.
that tornado warning. That's going to be for Carter Lake, Underwood. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Here's our area of rotation. We're watching for debris signatures to appear here. Unfortunately, it's going to be kind of hard to tell. We're going to have to confirm this visually, I would assume. I mean, Pagey Tornado is literally right next to this. Let me see what Harmon is up to. Yeah, he's still trying to stay out ahead of the storm. Yeah, I mean, Pagey Tornado is right up on this thing, so let's listen in. Please keep our audio on just in case she sees something that we're not seeing on live stream, because they have a...
You ain't gonna be able to see nothing now. We're heading to the suburbs. That's the problem.
I know.
No fields here.
Yeah, latest scan, man. Some stronger circulation is developing here.
Nature center, actually.
This thing is definitely trying to latch onto that outflow boundary, and, that's kind of a conditional risk for a strong tornado.
I see.
One thing, a strong tornado cannot be ruled out with this storm. It is trying to produce at the moment. If you live near Briggs, Nashville, and Fort Calhoun, I would certainly be in your safe spots. This storm could also do some deviant motion. The storm could kind of be a kind of just like, the tornado might appear to be going this way, but then it might occlude real quick and then go to the north. So that's what I'm talking about when I say deviant motion.
Right in the middle.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
It's on the ground. Okay, so we do have reports that this is now currently on the ground.
Yeah, I see.
That is a tornado.
Yep, here.
Yep, Pagey has a view of it.
Okay, hold on, guys. I'm trying to.
Oh, yep, there it is. Tornado on the ground.
Y'all see that?
Holy moly. There it is. We definitely have a tornado on the ground here, folks. Wow. Again, this is located just the south and west of Fort Calhoun and is moving very close to Briggs, Nebraska.
I don't see it anymore.
Very close to Briggs, Nebraska. Again, that thing right there, that's a tornado that is on the ground. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This thing could be pretty powerful according to the velocities. That could be a strong tornado on the ground right now. A little stovepipe tornado.
That's moving.
Multiple vortices? No, that is just a stovepipe tornado on the ground right now. Oh yeah, strong
New
circulation is appearing
information.
on
Yeah.
This
radar.
tornado warning
This
has
one
been
appears to be
upgraded.
a strong tornado.
Okay, I gotta put this
Latest
up for a
scan,
second.
not a PDS tornado warned
Just waiting
storm
for
right
it to a little
now.
bit.
Okay.
They're gonna try to get a better view. Let me just make sure. We don't have a view here from Carmen. Looks like he had some sort of view. Let me just do something really quick here. Sorry. Here we go. Yeah. Looks like he lost service anyways. But yeah, right here in this area, you can see we have a large debris signature with this storm and a tight couplet right here in that area. And that does appear to be a strong tornado there, folks. Just to the south of Fort Calhoun, that is moving towards Nashville, north of Briggs, and then is going to be heading towards 29, Highway 29 Crescent, and then eventually Underwood. Again, this is a potentially strong tornado here, folks. Definitely a strong velocity couplet. And we got a pretty decent debris signature on this storm right now. And this is the view from Storm Runner Media. As you can see that this thing is still on the ground currently. Listen in.
Right now, moving southeast.
Say eventually this is going to cross the interstate.
And this tornado is still in progress.
Wow, you got a nice shot of that.
Wow.
Here, we're
Look at
probably gonna
that.
wanna move south somewhat soon. It looks like it may be starting to weaken at the base. It's still on the ground, definitely, but if you look up at the mezzo above it.
Yeah, it's starting to lift a little bit.
Yep, there it goes. Oh,
Nope, it's coming back down.
Corey, you
This is
just
still
passed
on the
us
ground,
a while
folks.
ago.
Again, this tornado is located just to the north and west of Briggs, Nebraska, moving off to the east
yeah. I'm trying to figure out where the heck you guys
towards
are.
the border of Iowa and Nebraska. This is still very much on the ground at the time, folks. Again, you need to be in your safe spots.
Say maybe just go south of the touch.
Okay. But, yeah, right now.
I'm gonna go a little further south, you know.
Yeah, that's a.
See if Pagey's got another view of it yet. Not yet. Wow. It's still hanging in there. Still appears to be on the ground as best as I can tell. There's dust. There's dust still lifting underneath that.
Still on the ground.
Yeah.
It's either a funnel or a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, beautiful tornado in progress. Still destroying my car in the hill.
Wow. Lots of lightning with this storm as well. Yeah, and here's our tornado warned storm. Our latest scan still has an area of some pretty decent rotation there. Also, a debris signature still popping up here north of Briggs, and this is moving off towards the east towards Crescent, Iowa. If you live near Crescent, Iowa, you guys need to be in your safe spots. This is a potentially a pretty decently strength tornado, and it still appears to be on the ground. Yeah, you can see here on Storm Runner Media's feed, it's still lifting up dust underneath that thing. And it is not condensed fully down to the surface, but it's still very much on the ground.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Wow.
Jordan and Connor, you guys got a visual on this?
Look at that sunset in the background. This is just a crazy looking view of the storm. My goodness.
Looks like it's coming kind of right at us.
Yeah.
See, if Paigey gets a view, she's going to be real dang close to this thing. That's why I keep switching back over. I want to see if she ends up getting another view of it.
Looks like it's in the lip.
Because they were like right next to that thing when it became...
Oh, now it wants to go.
Oh, yeah, still. Vortice there. Yeah, you can see it's still on the ground. Vortices are still lofting debris up into the storm. It is still on the ground. It appears to be roping out, but those vortices can definitely cause some damage. It's a little isolated area of some stronger rotation near the surface, and it's still on the ground, folks.
You can move if you need to. Honestly.
Eventually, baseball-sized hail is also going to be falling on Storm Runner Media here.
Got you guys a great shot on the stream finally. I'm sorry that took so long.
You hadn't been focused before. It looked really good.
Wow.
Well, no, it's
Whoa, yeah. It's still very much on the ground, folks. Wow. That is crazy.
holy crap.
This thing is just not quitting.
Dude, that is coming right at us.
Just not quitting. Again, now this tornado is located pretty much directly over Nashville here in Nebraska. This is in Nashville, Nebraska next. About to go south of the Boyer Chute National Wild Refuge and is about to cross into Iowa here near Highway 29. Not only does this thing have a tornado on the ground, it's got baseball-sized hail inside of it and 80-mile-per-hour winds. It's not a storm to mess around with. If you live in Crescent and Underwood, Iowa, you need to be in your safe spots. But it does seem like this storm is doing a little bit of deviant motion here. Yeah, it's starting to lift up to the north more. If you look over here on radar, there's your velocity scan now. Look, it kind of does a dive south, and then it lifts up to the north on the very last frame.
Still on the ground, but it looks like it might be including to the north.
Yeah, it is occluding to the north. Brandon is right.
Back easterly a little bit.
Such a weird tornado. It like condenses sometimes into the surface, and then sometimes it's just looks like a bowl funnel with like a vortice spinning on the ground. See if Pagey's got a view of this.
Looks like it's including. Yeah, I've lost the visual. Is it still on the ground?
Can't tell.
And they're pretty darn close to that circulation.
Can't tell for sure. It's had these individual little vortices. I'd say it's still down. It's not fully condensed.
Yeah, it's probably still on the ground. I agree with Brandon there.
I got a clear view down, not fully condensed.
Yeah, somebody says it's down, not fully condensed.
Is it trying to redo on the right
We're
there?
gonna do a handoff.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's what it looks like now.
Uh-oh.
It looks like potentially new circulation forming to the side.
Yeah, on the left side, it looks like a funnel is appearing. We might be getting a handoff here, folks.
That's recording it.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Visibility's really hard in here.
And this is in Nashville, Nebraska. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This is heading towards I-29 in Iowa next after it crosses over the Iowa-Nebraska border. The storm is moving, appears to be, that old circulation appears to have lifted, actually. And a new one is appearing.
Right here in the trees, but
It's kind of hard to tell. That could still be on the ground.
The wrong mic.
Oh, it's right here.
we've got two mesos on this thing, guys. Now it looks like the handoff's happening.
Yep, that one's lit. That one's dropping a little bit. There's a funnel on the new circulation to the left.
Nice funnel on the southern guy.
And this is Storm Hunter Media live on YouTube.
No freaking roads.
Yeah, it's reaching down.
The meso's reaching back down again.
Wow. That's a
nice.
quick handoff if that drops right now.
Yep. Look, there it
You can
goes.
actually see it on radar. It's this little thing right here.
Yeah. Look how skinny it is.
It's this little thing right there. That's that new area of circulation. Our other one is occluding off to the north,
Tornado's still in
close to Fort
progress.
Calhoun.
Yeah, the original tornado's roping out.
The original tornado is roping out. And I swear I just saw dust under that. I think that's on the ground. It's a little rope funnel. But I think I just saw dust on the ground for a second. It might be touch and go.
A new funnel to the north. We need to find the next exit that we can get on.
Next exit is going to be 60 or 60.
Can't believe he has this window down.
That scared me.
Baseball-sized hail could come flying through that.
Get down there or not.
I don't. Oh, I still see the little funnel. It's still there. Yep, it's down again, all the way down.
Oh, yeah,
It's very skinny.
All right, I'm gonna start moving south. It looks like it's cycling.
Oh yeah, there's dust
It's
lifting
still
up there.
It's
It
a
is
very
on the
tiny
ground.
Baby.
This new circulation is on the ground. You can see the dust lifting up there.
Okay.
It looks like it's getting completely wrapped in rain and hail at the moment. We'll keep an eye on them though, for sure. Wow. That was crazy. I really hope everybody that was in the path of that is okay. That seemed like it was a pretty strong tornado there for a little bit. But yeah, this new area that might have just produced a tornado is right here in this area, right on the leading edge of this storm. And that is pushing off towards the east, now towards Crescent, Underwood. You guys need to be in their safe spots. Could definitely get that one. I mean, that last one that formed was pretty stubborn and kind of, refused to die. Man, look at all that lightning in that storm. That's crazy. And this might be heading towards a traffic cam. We might be able to do a direct intercept of this tornado. Let me just check. We could just get right under the tornado itself. Yeah, it's just south of Crescent is where these cameras are. You can actually see the circulation on a couple of these cameras, but not a very clear view. But all those storm chasers, though, those are all storm chasers, I think, stopped on the side of that highway. Yeah, everybody's rerouting now. I wonder if that was Storm Runner. Yeah, could have been. Yeah. Latest scan on this storm. There's our occluding circulation up here to the north. Still appears to be some debris there. It still very well could be on the ground still, deep within that hail core. You can see how it is completely occluded, kind of dipped down here, turned into a tornado, and just occluded up into the parent circulation. And so just as we thought, deviant motion did occur with this storm, and because it very quickly occluded into the parent cyclone there. And it looks like this storm down here to the south might need to be watched for the same thing. We are starting to get the same kind of look to this storm. Might be latching onto a boundary of sorts. Not a whole lot of rotation in that right now, but might have to keep an eye on this storm. This has baseball-sized hail in it now, south of Ashland, moving across Highway 80, heading towards Murdoch and Plattsmouth. If you guys live in this area, you guys need to be indoors and away from windows. That baseball-sized hail is definitely not going to be something that you want to mess around with. You can check back over with Pagey Tornado. And they're pretty much like right in where some of that hail is. Let's listen in real quick.
See how the tail is for the next section. That'll tell us a lot.
And they're near Crescent, Iowa right now. They're like right next to the circulation.
It's too terribly big. Maybe she did. Not put it south.
We'll keep an eye on both of them. In fact, let me do something really quick. Push this over to studio mode really quick, and then I want to set this chase radar or chase thing up here. Weather-wise, that. All that's already set up, and then get chat over here as well. There, and then switch over to out of studio mode, back over to here. There we go. Put this like this. And then we'll also get up a camera on the bottom side there. Perfect. It's pretty close to that where that circulation was on the bottom right. And keep your eye on their streams. See if you let me know, guys, if you see anything. Still waiting on that latest radar information. It does seem like our debris is starting to spread out a little bit with this storm, so that might have lifted here. But just in case, if you live over here near Boyer Chute National Wildlife Refuge, I would be continuing to be in your safe spots just in case that's still a touch and go tornado over there. Oh, that drop was a funnel. Yeah, it can be a little bit confusing at times. All right, let me get Carmen back up as well. Looks like his stream ended. Never mind. Oh, what happened there? Oh, Pagey Tornado's in an interesting spot here. Look at all that hail on the ground. Oh, they're getting big hail. Uh-oh.
Because it's not tornado warned right now, but
Right. All right, let's go back to the interstate. That's what it looks like.
this one has no velocity at all.
Wow.
Okay.
There's a lot of big hail on that road.
Okay.
At least we saw the
A new
tornado.
Can't
tornado
be debris.
warning has been issued.
Yeah,
Oh.
that was a great one.
New tornado warning. That's going to be it for our southern storm. New tornado warning for this southern storm. Not a whole lot of rotation with it just yet, but this storm could definitely try to do what its brother did up here north of Omaha. So got to keep an eye on it. If you live in Murdoch, Weeping Water, and Murray, I would be in your safe spots. Does sound like Pagey Tornado is going to be working her way back down to this storm next. We'll see if she can actually make it there in time or not. But again, if you live in Murdoch, Weeping Water, Murray, I would be in your safe spots as this tornado warning storm comes your way. Yeah, that's a lot of hail on that road. This storm is still producing some pretty large hail.
You gotta know when to fail, I guess. I had my eyes on it. But
Check out Storm Winter Media as well. Yeah, it appears they might be about to dip south as well, actually. We'll see. I think everybody's going to start rerouting over to this storm now. How's Omaha? You guys have been pretty much missed by everything bad at this point. Unless Nashville is technically in Omaha. That tornado went north of the main area of the Omaha region. Let me see what this is warned for. Yeah, still warned for 2.5-inch hail. This thing still could potentially have some baseball-sized hail in it, and I believe it. Pagey Tornado definitely seemed to have, some hail there. Man, yeah. I mean, this looks like either a lot of hail getting slung by the storm. I don't think this thing is on the ground at the moment. I mean, there is still some rotation and what appears to be debris under there. It's just kind of hard to tell whether or not that's hail or a tornado on the ground, but I would still be watching out for this circulation south of Boyer Chute just in case. Wall cloud on the southern storm. Wow, this is a confirmed tornado now. Wow. I'm not seeing much rotation. I'm wondering if that is oh my goodness. Look at this on Pages. Yeah, this thing's still on the ground. This is the northern one. Bad service. Look at that. Holy moly. Big rope out here.
That's all she wrote.
that's all she wrote.
And it's gone.
I am so.
That's the second tornado I think they've caught here. Okay, so I think the northern one now has officially lifted. But that seems like, that little guess there that it might still be on the ground was correct, but I think it just lifted on their stream there. But yeah, this one down here is a confirmed tornado at this moment. Not really seeing a definite debris signature with this, but we do have some folks in this area that are reporting that this is on the ground at the moment. I do want to see, there might be some traffic cameras near this storm, near Waverly. At least some picture cameras would be somewhat helpful. Yeah, there are some near Greenwood and Waverly. Here's a picture out of the area. Got some trucks pulled over. Definitely some larger hail there. Not seeing anything from that view. Fortunately, none of these cameras are really showing a... Wow. Geez, there's a lot of hail in this storm. You can just see all the little hailstorms or stones dropping out of the sky on these picture cameras. Wow. This one has baseball-sized hail inside of it, and now a weather spotter confirmed tornado inside of it. Man, look at this over here on Paige's view. A big old rainbow is forming on the backside of this newly lifted tornado. Still keeping an eye on this storm. This thing, it might not be done yet. Definitely worth still keeping an eye on it as it moves to Underwood. I would still be in your safe spots there in Underwood and McClelland. What a view! What a view of this storm. It's a little bit poetic almost. Tornado just causes some damage, and then you get a rainbow afterwards. It's kind of the duality of Mother Nature. Pretty rainbow and dangerous tornadoes all in one storm. It does seem like that rainbow is pretty much right next to where that baseball-sized hail is. So, oh my goodness. Look at that hail. Some big hail she just put on her head. Man, oh man. Yeah, latest scan over here near Murdoch. Still what appears to be some broader circulation here. I'm still not able to pinpoint exactly where this tornado would be. I guess there could be one over here as well, south and east of Greenwood. And a broader circulation out over here, but this would be anticyclonic if I... Yeah, this would be anticyclonic, so I don't think that would be the tornado there. Most likely would be this circulation down here, but not seeing a debris signature, but we do have reports that this is on the ground, so I would be in your safe spots. A touchdown on Ryan Scholes. Okay, let me check Ryan Scholl feed just so I can see it for myself, see what we're dealing with here. He's on the southern one? Yeah, he's on the southern one. A lot of dust. Yeah, it kind of looks like Ryan Scholl captured like a land spout, maybe? Kind of looks land spouty. Kind of looks tornado-y. That could have been a tornado there. It's kind of hard to tell. Well, we could technically use Ryan Scholl's feed if we have to, but I'll keep an eye on it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been extended off to the east here in Iowa. That is going to be for Neola, Shelby, Avoca, and Oakland. You guys all need to be in your safe spots here. And it looks like we have a new area of circulation. Might be trying to develop on our northern storm. This storm might not be done yet. I would definitely be in your safe spots in those areas of Iowa. Let me see if this is still... Yeah, this is now radar indicated further up to the north. I'll keep an eye on the old Shoals stream just in case that storm does do something down there. We do have a chaser down there if needed. I'd rather not, in all honesty. Studios. Pagey. And then Pagey wanted to go down there, but this one up to the north might try to produce again, so... Yeah, no tornadoes in the Omaha area. We have one potentially trying to recycle back out in here. That actually looks like an area of circulation is tightening. That might have been like a brief tornado at the beginning of the storm's life. Or maybe that could have been like also like an RFD like gust front that kind of spat out some dust. And now it really seems like this thing is trying to become tornadic, and it is also is it going to take a dive southeast like this other one? Yeah, it is taking a little bit of dive southeast and latching onto this boundary. So it does appear like this storm might produce a tornado here. Oh my gosh, Ryan Scholl is right behind Team Dominator. I see Reed Timmer poking a camera out of his freaking massive tank vehicle. And there's hail just covering the road everywhere down here. Yeah, if you live in Weeping Water and Murray here in Nebraska, I would be in your safe spots. This storm could definitely wrap up here. And same thing can be said about this storm further up to the north as well. Got to keep an eye on this storm. It does seem like it's trying to reorganize a mesocyclone near McClelland here in Iowa. What the heck just happened to my audio? Ryan Scholl said land spout. Yeah, it could have been a land spout, or it could have been like it. It was weird looking NATO. It kind of also looked like a hybrid land spout. Maybe a hybrid land spout tornado type deal. I mean, there's something in front of him right now. A lot of dust is getting lifted, but he hasn't used his windshield wipers in a really long time. Okay, there. There's dust getting lifted up. I'm not seeing a tornado on. If a tornado shows up on his stream, we'll use it. But I'd rather not. It's expensive. I'm just hoping one of our chasers can get down there, but I got a feeling they're going to stay on this storm, to be honest. I mean, this one could try again. So I don't see any reason why a storm chaser would look at this radar signature and be like, I'm bailing south. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a wall cloud on this southern storm. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground anymore with this, as far as I can tell. There's definitely a lot of dust getting picked up again by this storm. A little bit of circulation here. No debris signature. Still heading towards Manly and Weeping Willow. How much vorticity is present? I checked it earlier. It was actually quite a bit. Yeah, like 8 to 9 on that northern storm, and like 12 to 13 on our southern one. And that's like that's right along that where that outflow boundary is. That's why when these storms are latching onto that, they're producing stronger tornadoes or potentially strong tornadoes. I mean, that last one could have been strong just based off the velocity and how it looked live. Yeah, I mean, crazy thing about this, there's no shear near these storms right now. I wouldn't say no shear, but barely any shear. This one to the south, though, might be about to run into about 35 knots of shear. This one might be, at least in the short term, our most tornadic storm going forward. But I mean, these. Bottom line is, if they latch onto an outflow boundary or just kind of exist, I think this northern storm will have to rely on an outflow boundary because there's not a whole lot of shear up here. But the southern storm might be able to just produce tornadoes without the outflow boundary, given the fact that the shear might increase. It is kind of moving into a better shear environment. All right. Yeah, looks like some circulation is trying to pick up again on our northern storm as that pushes over towards Underwood and McClellan. Still radar indicated as of right now. They did downgrade the hail to tennis ball sized hail, and if you consider that a downgrade or not. But I would certainly be in your safe spots out over here near Shelby and Oakland. Again, it looks like this storm is attempting to try again. Hopefully it fails, but we do have storm chasers all the way out in this region ready to chase this storm if it does try to produce again. We got Pagey Tornado. We've got Storm Intermedia. Oh, wow. Storm Intermedia is bailing to the south. They are trying to go chase that storm that Ryan Scholl is on. which, looking kinematically wise, it's probably the best bet. If I were them, I don't think that'd be a horrible idea. Omaha's a little bit under the gun. There is a storm trying to develop near you. I don't think it's going to be much of a tornado threat. See the boundaries right here, so probably won't be much of a tornado threat, but if you live in Omaha, that hail threat might pick up here in a little bit if that storm can get mature. If not, it's going to be some small hail and maybe some rain. And we're getting another dust storm near Ryan Shoal again. The storm is producing quite a bit of dust. I mean, it looks strong on radar. And, the fact that it was a fully condensed stovepipe tornado along with that very well could have been on the stronger side of things. We'll have to see what the NWS has to say. It did also kind of seem like it was out over a field. I'm not sure how populated that Nashville region is. How many people live? Oh, no, there's houses, unfortunately. That sucks. Dang. It does seem like, unfortunately, some folks were impacted there. Thank you, Weather, for the 2. I do appreciate that. From Tucson. Yeah, no problem. I will keep up the good work. I do appreciate that. But it's not, without y'all's donations, we wouldn't be able to afford any of these storm chasers. So, you guys also help us keep it up. So thank you. Our latest scan out here looks like our rotation is broadening out a little bit further with this storm. You can see that outflow boundary right here. It is definitely producing some pretty strong winds and some dust again, which is kind of what this storm did before it tried to produce. Is this that storm on Storm Runner Media's feed here? And it looks like he's looking into the hail core of our southern tornado warned storm. So we got a downgrade to our tornado warning further down to the south. That's going to be radar indicated now, heading towards Weepy, Water, and Murray. You guys need to be continuing to be in your safe spots. Looks like that little, well, we've known for a while that this thing hasn't been producing, because I've been looking at Ryan's feed here. But the good news is that by the time this storm gets into Iowa, we will have a chaser of our own. So we shouldn't have to use Ryan unless it produces like right now. Hopefully, well, I mean, it kind of seems like it's out in the field. If this storm were to produce over a field, is kind of where we would want it. There's definitely a clearing and what appears to be maybe a funnel trying to develop on this storm, though. A little bit of broader circulation here, though, so it'll be interesting to see if it actually tries to touch down as it latches on. Thank you, Kara Storm and Shanda Payne for subscribing. Let me make sure we're current on our chasers. Here's Paigey. It looks like she's going to the south as well. So everybody's bailing south right now, which kinematically makes a lot of sense. We'll see what this storm can do. Yeah, there's a lot of hail in these storms as well, yeah. So I would not surprise me if there was a hail spike. Man, this storm is getting close. Trying again. Rotation is trying to strengthen on the storm again, just to the west of McClelland. If you live near McClelland, heading towards Oakland, this storm is wrapping up yet again as it pushes off towards the east towards Oakland. All right, let me refill my water. I haven't had any water drink because it's empty. Let me do that really quick. We'll say one thing. It does kind of suck that we're getting these kind of storms this early in the season, because these ones are really hard to predict, and it just like they gust out an outflow boundary, and then they catch back up to the storm. But the good news, technically, about these storms is that once that outflow boundary fully surges out in front of these storms, that should be it. And that will be the end of the tornado threat. But until that happens, we're going to have to watch out for tornadoes. All right, latest scan over here near McClellan. Still an area of broader circulation here, not as strong as it was, pushing off towards the east, towards Oakland. Yeah, looks like Blondie turned on subscriber only mode just because we got a spammer in chat. Don't have to do that often, but sometimes it is worth it if you got a bad spammer, because what they do is they just spam and then they change their accounts and they come back and it's really annoying. That's pretty much the only way to stop it. And we might be able to continue to keep an eye on this storm to the north if we need to, but it does kind of seem like it's kind of struggling at this moment. Still potentially a dangerous hail threat with that baseball-sized hail moving towards Shelby and Avoca and Oakland. Okay, yeah, this storm definitely has a wall cloud on it, it appears. Oh my goodness. This thing's got a lot of rotation on it. I cannot tell if that's a tornado on the ground or not. Ryan Scholl's looking at something crazy right now. That fully condenses, and I can tell. It looks like it's just some dust blowing out from it. It doesn't seem to be getting sucked into the mesocyclone. I think his feed went down, actually. That's this storm down here near Weeping Water. Yeah. There is an area of some pretty decent circulation back there, and that lines up with what's happening near the ground. There is a wall cloud with this storm. And it's kicking up dust. It could be like a brief kind of bull funnel tornado. Or it could just be wind getting blown out from that mesocyclone. Man, that looks like a tornado on the ground. Might have to switch to Ryan. There's a lot of rotation out underneath this storm. Still waiting to kind of see. I mean, I would hate to switch to him and then it's not a tornado. It's just a dust nado. It's kind of hard to tell. It definitely seems to be associated with the circulation. So that might be just like a kind of a dusty tornado there. North of Weeping Water. Right back here in this area near Murdoch, heading towards Murray. And someone in his chat just said, and I don't know NATO. And I think that basically sums up what it is. There's a lot of circulation back over here where this rotation is, and there's definitely dust underneath this area being picked up underneath that mesocyclone. Like Storm Intermedia is pretty close to it. But it looks a lot different closer up. I don't even think he's looking in the right area. It looks completely different from what Ryan's shoal is looking at. Yeah, it's just like, it's so weird. It's like it's definitely rotating, and there's dust near it being lifted up, but it's just so wispy. If it's a tornado, it's like definitely the weirdest tornado I've ever seen. I mean, that could definitely be a tornado on the ground. It's underneath a rotating column of air. But, I mean, I'm not going to switch over to him because it's basically like, unless it condenses or it looks more like a tornado, because it basically just looks like a, I don't even know how to, like, just like a scuddy. It just looks like scud with rotating scud, though. I mean, it's rotating very obviously with dust underneath it. So it's like, it is kind of a tornado. It's weird. It looks like a hybrid of some sort. Struggling to explain it, but I would just go over to Ryan's stream and check it out. It's weird. That's all I'll say. It's like it's either like some sort of hybrid, maybe a land spout type deal, or it could just be a legitimate tornado. But it's located right over here east of Murdoch, heading towards Manly and Murray. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Looks like this rotation further up to the north has dissipated here. And this storm still potentially has some baseball-sized hail on the northern side of it, south of Minden, heading towards Avoca. Guys still need to be in your safe spots for the tornado threat of this storm. Is this all hail spike here? Part of that is a hail spike. And then over here near Plattsmouth, watch out. 2-inch hail. Let me see what the tornado warning says. Yeah, 2-inch hail. They have downgraded this down to 2-inch hail. And that is heading towards Plattsmouth and Murray. Okay. So that area of dust, Ryan Scholl is just inside of it right now. Winds aren't really that strong. Yeah, there's multiple storm chasers that just went inside that dust circulation. I don't know. It's an I don't NATO over here, and it's right here. I mean, there's definitely circulation there. So I'll certainly still be in your safe spots, but whatever's being picked up by that area of rotation, Ryan Scholl just literally was inside of it. And it was maybe like 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. So it's probably not going to produce a lot of damage. But that could be technically be considered a tornado. Maybe NATO. Timu NATO. There you go. That's the best way to put it. The NATO that might have. Yeah. Regardless, I would be in your safe spots for it, just in case. I mean, I don't think it's done yet. I mean, this storm could definitely still try to do something. So, continue to keep a close eye on it. I am just kind of fascinated, though, the differences here, because, you know, Storm Intermedia is looking at the same storm. There's that hail core there in front of him. And that mesocyclone is back behind that hail core. So what he was looking at earlier was not the mesocyclone that Ryan Scholl was on. It's back behind all of that. Yeah, it is. You know, if you're in a tornado warning and it's a confirmed tornado on the ground, I would say it's a good sign that storm chasers have decided that are not in the Dominator, I would say it's a good sign that they will elect to go inside of that tornado, because it is a very weak tornado if it was one. You can tell just by looking at it. I mean, it was very just dusty circulation, but I mean, hey, it might have been. Might have been over there near Murdoch. Little update up here in the near the Oakland area. We're still watching the progression of this storm here off to the east. Not a whole lot of rotation in that. Seems like that outflow boundary is officially undercutting this storm. Still wouldn't let your guard down on it, though, in Oakland and Avoca. Still continue to be in your safe spots there, just in case. Over here near northern Omaha, maybe some small hail starting to develop in northern Omaha, near Carter Lake, north of Carter Lake, around I-680. Probably wouldn't be outside for that, but the tornado threat on that storm is near zero. Also got some more storms starting to fire over here near Sioux City, Iowa, and Rock Rapids and Sibley. These will have maybe a little bit of a hail threat to it, but their tornado threat is near zero. And that little line of thunderstorms we were watching earlier is now pushing off towards La Crosse and doesn't even have a special weather statement on it at the moment. And confirm pea-sized hail in northwest Omaha. All right, thank you for that update. Thank you. That is actually very helpful. One thing we can do. Let me get this little camera that's in Iowa here. Or these cameras that are in Iowa. Let me see if we got anything near the hail core of the storm. Pacific Junction. How close is that? Pacific City, Pacific Junction. Yeah, Pacific Junction should get some big hail. So, dang it. Not live. That is unfortunate. All right, are we safe from the spammer? Yeah, latest scan on this storm looks like our little area of rotation, oh my goodness, is starting to dissipate there. There's some pretty crazy looking lightning on Storm Runner Media's feed. Let's watch it for a second and let's listen in, because they got like all the radio stuff happening. Oh my goodness, another one. I thank you, Shalaxy, for the 5. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that, Shalaxy. That is a huge help. I mean, pretty much all the money made during this stream is going to our storm chasers anyway, so thank you so much. I mean, yeah, you definitely don't want to be outside of a car, but inside of a car in EF0, you're relatively safe. I don't even think that one that it might have been called like an EFU, the one that Ryan drove through.
I got a couple minutes of video on that.
Yeah, it's literally, that lightning is literally right above them.
I'm sure they're gonna want to know exactly what road we're on. They're gonna probably text you about that, so I didn't put that in the description.
Okay.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Over here near Walnut, Iowa.
That's essential information.
For baseball-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. So you guys need to be seeking shelter from that storm. That is some destructive hail.
Were we in Nebraska?
Well, the tornado was in Nebraska while we were.
Have they changed this to radar indicated yet? No, still radar spot. Well, weather spotters confirmed.
Whoa.
Is Pagey about to drive into the hail again?
That's from the airport.
Really? Jeez.
Looks like she's about to go right in that hail core. I think she's behind Connor Croft yet again. Oh, no, that's not Connor. That's somebody else. That's definitely another chaser, though. Wait, did she go back up north? I think she went back up north towards that northern storm. This is the one that has the baseball-sized hail in it. We'll see if it's still in here in a moment. Anything in that area. I'll keep an eye on our stream, though. If I see some white balls flying around, we'll go look at it. The latest little update on this storm has got me thinking that this northern circulation is currently occluding up to the north. And then we might have a new one trying to form here. Keeping an eye on this spot here. Going back over here, looks like it's also trying to maybe form a new meso. Oh, yeah, look here on Pagey's view. Potentially a new wall cloud developing with our northern storm that is in Iowa at the moment. Oh, look at that crack in their windshield. That might have happened today. Geez, that's a gnarly crack. Kind of looks like my windshield. Yeah, mainly just a gust front right here, but there might be a little area of rotation redeveloping with this storm. This is the storm. So Pagey never bailed from this storm. She's still on this storm. So that one tries to do anything, we'll be able to see it. We'll see what happens. We'll have our eye on it. Thank you, Dev, for the 5. Yeah, no problem, man. That's what we're here for. Thank you so much for that donation. That does help out a lot. Thank you. Yeah, speaking of Omaha, still have a little bit of potentially pea-sized hail over here near Carter Lake, and some heavier rain and maybe some pea-sized hail pulling up into the downtown Omaha area. And that is the latest across the board. How's everybody doing? Public reports of 4-inch hail 3 miles west of McClelland. Where's McClelland? Oh, yeah. Apparently, somebody might have just reported 4-inch hail with this storm. Oh, my gosh. Look at that mesocyclone pulling up on... look at that. There's that new mesocyclone developing on this storm. Whoa. That storm's got to have some crazy structure if you were just a little bit more south of this. Look at that. Yeah, we got to keep an eye on this storm in the south here still. It is trying to develop new circulation. Isn't that the size of a DVD? Yeah, that is a DVD-sized hail. That little mesocyclone, that could be this here. Just south of Plattsmouth, developing some circulation there. And newest scan over here, some broader circulation is still within this storm right there. And then this right here, that would be that mesocyclone that we saw, potentially a wall cloud that we saw on Pagey's stream there. Heading towards Oakland. So we definitely don't need to be using, oh well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been extended off to the east with this storm, and that's going to be heading towards Carson, Iowa, and 6 here, just outside of Griswold. me see if Carmen ever got his stream back up. I don't know why it went down. Sometimes that happens when they lose service for a while, so he might have it back up. Nope. I guess he's just done for the day. Beautiful and dangerous. Yeah, beautifully dangerous. For sure. These storms have a tendency to kind of fool you. You know, just looking at it like this, you definitely see some beauty in the structure of the storm, but at the same time, that beauty can be an indication that this storm is dangerous. And in this case, it is. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's that mesocyclone here on Pagey's stream and what appears to be a lowering on this storm. This is the one that's been producing tornadoes today. You can see there's a rear flanking downdraft that is happening with this storm. They're just south of that mesocyclone. So that rear flank downdraft might be
tornado warning has been issued.
Can sometimes be the prelude to new tornadic formation. So we got to keep an eye on this area still. New tornado warning has been issued for our southern cell now. It's going to be for Tabor, Malvern, and Randolph. All need to be in their safe spots. Still waiting on our latest reflectivity and velocity scan on this one. It is kind of doing a storm split. Just realized that. Sometimes these guys rocket off to the north. Should miss Omaha if it tries to do that. But it might go pretty close to Bellevue there. Yeah, latest scan on this storm, still a little bit of rotation there in that mesocyclone. Moving, about to cross over the Nebraska-Iowa border into Tabor, Iowa. This one over here continues to have what appears to be an RFD gust front, but not a whole lot of circulation, at least according to our radar here. But looking at Pagey's view, there is definitely what appears to be something here. I can't really tell if it's rotating too much as of yet. Keep an eye out for that baseball-sized hail that could be wrapping around and flung out down here. And we try to keep it as calm as possible. I don't want you guys panicking. But at the same time, you know, I think that's why storm chases are pretty important. You know, it allows the tone to be a little bit different. It's like, you know, I don't have to really say much or add too much tonality to my voice to explain that a tornado is on the ground when there's literally a tornado on the ground on one of these storm chasers feeds. You know, they bring this to radar indicated. They still have this as a confirmed tornado. So I'm wondering, is law enforcement? I mean, this is the new mesocyclone here. Our old one has since died off a while ago. I'm not seeing a tornado under there, so we might maybe have some dust nados still happening near Plattsmouth. That's getting reported as a tornado. Man, look at that clear slot starting to wrap in this storm right now. So you can see there would be where the tornado would form right here. But then we have that clear slot wrapping around the backside. That can be an indication of tornado genesis. Maybe a wall cloud trying to form underneath this thing too. That might be what we're looking at here. is the potential formation of a wall cloud. We come over to here, you can see still is some rotation where this mesocyclone is at the moment. So do got to keep an eye on it. Definitely can't rule out a brief tornado with this as that moves off to the east towards Tabor. But underneath this circulation, there is not a tornado on the ground, but there might be dustnadoes happening back over here with our occluding circulation. Yeah, Pagey's view is quite ominous, in my opinion. Very dark. Lots of lightning. Definitely is a storm there. We just got an update on our severe thunderstorm warning. Still baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds with this storm. So even if there's not, currently a tornado on the ground, this is still a very dangerous storm. Destructive storm heading towards Avoca and Walnut, Oakland. Well, this is again in Iowa, south of I-80. Like a movie scene? It kind of does, yeah. These storms have been very photogenic today. A lot of times when you get tornadoes, they're like rain wrapped and you can't see anything, but we pretty much watched that tornado for its entire life cycle. Started off with Pagey very close to the tornado, and then eventually Storm Winter Media got a view on it. Pretty much, and then okay, there's this large hail. Here it comes. It looks like, is that hail or leaves? Can't tell. Oh, those are leaves.
Gusty corn.
Just some gusty
Corn remnants.
Apparently, we have corn remnants flying across the road here in the Iowa area. I thought that was hail for a second, but it's not.
When I see flying projectiles, I immediately put on my glasses.
What do you want? What is that on Storm Winter Media's view? Okay, it's just Scud. Thought that might have been a funnel for a second. All right, let's look at our latest scans. Yeah, looks like we still have a broad area of circulation here north and west of McPaul. Literally just about to cross over the border here. This is still looking like a dangerous storm. You see our outflow boundary is right in here. And that storm is still latched onto it, so it very well could spin up a brief tornado, or maybe a little bit more than a brief tornado. Further up to the north, new update on this. Still radar indicated with baseball-sized hail on it. About to head into Oakland, so Oakland should be sheltered in place just in case this thing starts to or tries to spit out a last-minute tornado, which it can do. We see something on Pagey's stream, we'll let you know, but until we get it confirmation, either way, I would still be in your safe spots there in Oakland, Iowa. Okay, they did downgrade this southern one to radar indicated rotation finally. Does kind of seem like, as best as I can tell by Storm Winter Media's feed and kind of the presentation on radar, the outflow boundary might just be a little bit further out in front of this. Maybe like in this area, our mesocyclone is back over here, still trying to rotate. Still wouldn't rule out that tornado threat just yet. But if that outflow boundary can continue to surge, that would be best case scenario. Also over here near Malvern, I do want you guys to, although the circulation is most likely going to travel to your south, there still is a chance that it could occlude if it does try to produce. And also that 2-inch hail, or that hen egg sized hail, is about to come into your area. West Oakland, Iowa, tornado on the ground. Not that I can tell. Can't see it on radar. No debris signature. We got Paigey right there. I mean, she's right underneath that circulation right now, and we haven't seen any tornado yet. We'll listen in, see if they've reported anything.
What? Swim trunks?
Like swim trunks.
Oh, shoot.
Palm trees or something.
That's awesome. What the heck? Yeah, we're pretty far from the ocean.
Chasing a tire.
Yeah, not seeing a tornado on the ground with this one yet, but we'll keep an eye on it. Now, it looks like that circulation is about to cross right over Storm Intermedia. Again, they're like right next to this storm. They're on Highway 29, just waiting for this area of circulation to go over them. Looks like we lost chat. Get that back up. But seems to be weakening here as of our latest scans. Okay, Paigey. Yeah, I mean, that would be where the circulation would be right back in there. And I can't see a tornado at the moment. There definitely seems to maybe be something lowered off on the right side. Best I can tell, though, that is not on the ground at this moment. I believe there's some scud or maybe a little wall cloud in this thing. Someone confirmed it. Well, they didn't alert the they didn't alert the NWS if that's the case. And blip warning in Minnesota. Let me see. Yeah, a lot of little blips out there. These guys should remain non-tornadic. They are elevated cells, but I wouldn't rule out some hail. Pea-sized hail to nickel-sized hail up here in the southern Minnesota area. Should stay non-severe, though. You can see boundaries right here. These should be over. I mean, I wouldn't completely rule out severe weather with these guys. Not completely. Also wouldn't completely rule out like a severe wind warning with this leading edge here near Winona and Holman here in parts of Wisconsin. All right, latest scans here. Still very broad circulation with this storm near Oakland. Still no indication of a tornado on the ground with this storm yet, but if you live to the east of this storm, I would still continue to be in your safe spots. Looks like we just got an update on our severe thunderstorm warning as well. Still warned for baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. If Paigey's getting some rain, let's check to make sure it's not hail.
Had a beautiful tornado earlier and a beautiful rope out.
I will send you videos.
Doing 30 basically.
No.
I don't know if people know that or not, but we do.
No hail where they're at right now. It looks like the severe weather threat for Omaha is officially over. That'll be the last storms of this complex. Oh, wow, look at this. Some dust being kicked up again by the outflow of this storm.
RFD hard here, so watch out because we got the trees in us too.
They're about to drive into this dust.
What is that? Punching through the RFD right now. Just
Oh, what is that?
Grouping of trees.
Right there,
I got
yeah.
zero visibility now in this dust.
That's a thing. All right, here comes the dust.
Oh,
You know, DLS slowed way down.
I gotcha. I still barely see your line rock. Okay, yeah, now I can't see anything.
it smells like smoke.
I don't know if it was a controlled burn or what over here, but there's some stuff on fire and a bunch of trees knocked down.
In the road?
Apparently, some of this is smoke.
Maybe a lightning struck something.
Maybe
Might be a
lightning
fire over
induced
here somewhere.
Fire?
That's possible.
Could have been lightning-induced fire. Yeah, look, a flame.
Right of the road.
Whoa.
I can't tell though. I need to look behind me.
Yeah, this was like a full-on fire over here.
That's straight smoke.
Well, yeah, because you just see the trees on fire right there.
Wow.
That can't be intentional.
Look.
Well,
Yeah, look at it.
See, like,
That's not intentional. That was a lightning strike and then a strong RFD.
Is this like a wildfire that we're driving past right
that was
now? 'Cause,
probably,
there's a
they
whole
probably
bunch
just
of
drove
trees
through a
that are, like,
wildfire.
partially on fire in this field over here.
You got fire that's getting put out by the rain.
that looks like a controlled burn.
Ow.
Okay, just a bad time.
I don't think it's a controlled burn. Or if it was, then yeah, that was extremely bad timing, if I guess, from that farmer. Yeah, latest scan on this storm. Looks like we're mainly dealing with another one of these little, strong areas of surging wind. That's what we just saw Stormwater Media drive through there with all that dust. Outflow boundary still appears to be out in front of our storm. Again, I mean, this thing still has the capability, if that RFD really surges, to kind of latch onto that boundary and, try to produce a tornado like the one up to the north did earlier. And this storm up here does appear to be trying to reorganize some circulation. Not quite strong circulation yet, but you can see it is trying to reorganize that inflow yet again. So still keeping an eye on this storm east of Oakland in Iowa. Still needs to be currently in their safe spots. This is the view of that storm from Pagey Tornado. You can see there's something on the left side of the road there. It could. And that area really hasn't gotten too much rain, so it might have just been some gusty winds out in front of the storm with a lightning bolt. Little rogue lightning bolt struck, caused a fire, blown out that fire, and then now it's getting some rain and it might be putting it out. But I think a lot of that dust was also smoke as well. Unfortunately, some bad service here, but if this storm to the north tries to produce, I mean, it's pretty dark out here, but hopefully we'll be able to see it if it does produce and give you guys an eye on that tornado if it does. Yeah, latest scan here. It looks like mainly just like we got like two circulations. One here to the south trying to form, and then another one further up to the north. Maybe. I think this is an old velocity scan, so we got to wait for the new one to come in. Come in any moment. Let me check aloft on this storm as well. Yeah, some decent circulation aloft. Not quite near the surface yet. These storms are either just about to quit or trying to do a little last minute intensification here. We'll see. Hailers have been damaging today. Absolutely. This has been quite the significant hail event. Yeah, it looks like we got a report of some of that baseball-sized hail that came in earlier from Hunter Hurley. Only a stronger little push of our RFD now. Gotta watch this northern side for a circulation and a tornado. That is definitely some strong winds on the southern side of the storm, indicating it might be making an attempt to latch onto that boundary. And if it does, it'll have that capability to produce a tornado, probably somewhere around the Randolph area. So I still want Tabor, Anderson, and Randolph to be continuing to be in their safe spots. Golf ball sized hail is now inside of the storm at this moment. Latest scan over here with this storm, it is got some broad circulation to it right now. But if that tightens up, this storm as well could try to produce a tornado. So still keeping a close eyes on these two storms. I don't think they're done yet. SRM has sirens. Yeah, let's listen in.
That was an extra 5 minutes to go down here. That's why I was like, I don't understand why they went down here. I thought maybe
I'm not hearing them. Was it earlier?
Well, I know, but I'm saying right here. Well, that's exactly where I wanted to go. There we go.
I don't hear them.
184 east to Randolph.
This should not last for very much longer. Our environment is getting, we are getting quite the surface inversion, but these are pretty strong storms, so they're going to fight it as much as possible, but it really shouldn't be more than another hour, if I had to guess. Oh, yeah. This is very close to producing here. Again, south of Tabor, look at that. Strong area of rotation is developing as this latches onto that outflow boundary, so this is very close to producing a tornado, and this one could be another strong one here. So again, if you live near Randolph and Anderson, you guys need to be in your safe spots, and this is what that storm looks like right now. From Storm Owner Media, they're going into a little bit of a worse service area here. Yeah, there's that mesocyclone.
Well, it's kind of broken up now.
Maybe a mile to our south and west. It would not be far.
Geez, that fire. That is thick smoke coming out of that. Guys, there's a huge plume of smoke from that fire we drove past. That doesn't look like a typical burn.
Yeah, it looks like that plume of smoke is getting more intense.
Things were in Tabor.
Heading northbound right now. Is it cycling and producing a new wall cloud west of us? Or is it this main one? I think it's this main one in front of me.
I'm very confused. You guys can't see what I'm talking about, but there's what's left of a wall cloud, a big rain shaft, and then a giant plume of smoke.
I know my way, but it looks like I've got two.
This tornado is very close to producing. Still waiting on our latest scan to come in. All right, our latest debris signature has come in. Still no tornado on the ground. Still waiting for that latest velocity to come in. Let's come back up to here. Yeah, this one's starting to tighten up here as well. Broad area of circulation, but that stronger RFD, again, is going to surge this thing into that boundary. And it's going to push off to the east. I think this storm to the south, though, is... I think it's finally, unfortunately, yeah. Storm to the south is starting to nudge into some of those stronger wind shear values we were talking about earlier. And it's probably about to produce... if it can really tap into that. I mean, it's about as close as it can get. Storm Winter Media is right next to it.
Here in a second, once we get over this hill. Okay, yeah, J18. Okay, maybe you won't see, but
There's a wall cloud.
That's smoke right there. Well, is it? Man, that kind of looks like a wall cloud. I honestly, because that was like on the ground before. Whoa, 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 whoa. You see this dust up here? What is
Whoa! That's a tornado.
that? There's like a lowering looking thing and a bunch of dust right above it.
I think that's a tornado on the ground.
You on the southern storm or the northern storm?
Look at that.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah,
That's tornadic, I'm pretty sure.
whoa. Yeah, that's definitely tornadic. That lines up with where that area of rotation is.
Back camera north.
Whoa.
Just kind of a lower base.
Give it a nice hook on it. I wouldn't be surprised.
Is this you behind me, Connor?
Yeah, very well could be a tornado.
Tornado on the ground behind me.
That's what it is. Yep.
Yep, it's a tornado on the ground.
It's crossing in between us right now.
Yeah, we got it right here, Chad.
I got
Tornado.
it on camera behind me. I punched through the hook. It's developing. Definitely tornado.
It's crossing the road, so.
Whoa. Yeah, they're gonna make a very close approach to this tornado.
Yeah.
Look at that.
We're gridded through here, Connor. I think 10% tornado gas.
Oh my goodness.
Total above it. Huge.
Whoa. Okay, this is a fully condensed, large and looks large. I can't tell how dangerous it is.
I don't want these power lines to come down. I can't tell how close we are to it.
A new tornado warning has been
Tornado in
issued.
front of us, guys. Tornado.
Storm runner, Corey.
Again, this is a it appears to be a pretty large tornado on the ground.
Wow, look at it. It's a tornado crossing right in front of us. Wow.
Whoa. Again, this is located south of Tabor, Iowa, heading towards Randolph, Iowa. You need to be in your safe spots in Randolph. This is a large tornado that is on the ground right now. Just to the south of Tabor, the storm is officially latched on. Whoa, that's big. That is a big tornado. Look at how fast that circulation is, too. This could be a strong tornado on the ground. Yeah. Latest velocities. This thing's got some strong velocities. If you live in Randolph, you need to be in your safe spots.
Yeah, it's east of it. Yeah, it's right. I mean, it's right there.
I was just.
Wow.
That thing is right there.
Come on, I got a good shot of it. It's dark.
I know. Oh, power flash.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yep. Power flash. Wow.
These winds are ripping.
Yeah, there it
You
is.
guys see it right there on the roof cam?
Wow. Yeah, that's large. Whoa.
Yeah. Wow.
This is a large tornado on the ground, folks.
Bring that storm runner.
Again, that's this right here. Large tornado on the ground. It appears near Randolph. There's your area of circulation. Strong rotation. Large debris ball heading directly towards the Randolph area.
This was you. Is this house okay?
Wow. Man, that looks big. Look how large that base of this tornado is.
I got this going right here.
Okay.
Again, if you're in Randolph, you need to be in your safe spots. Randolph, Iowa, this is coming right at you.
My phone will turn dark. See? How my phone turns dark?
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, it's okay. You're good right there. Huge dusty tornado. Should we go east?
Wow.
Did you see the hail?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's large hail in this storm
Okay, we
still,
don't
it
wanna go
seems.
east. We're gonna
That
go
seemed like a
east.
big
Yeah, we have to go
hailstone.
east.
Okay. This house is okay, so it wasn't strong.
Okay.
Oh my
So-
god.
We got giant hail.
Okay, you might just want to roll your window up.
So it seems like this tornado might have gone directly over a house, and the house seems fine.
Oh!
Oh, we're about to get demolished, dude.
I mean, this hail
Oh my gosh.
might be huge.
Windshield.
Judging by that sound and their reaction, they usually don't freak out over hail. We'll keep their audio on here, but I'm going to come back to radar while they continue to figure this out. I do want to come back up here and give an update on this storm. Still some broad circulation further up to the north Moving towards Lewis and Cumberland, you guys still need to be in your safe spots there. It froze here. Let me give him a refresh. That is not working, so let me do this really quick.
There's an easy option. I know, at half mile, I guess you have to get there. Press easy, windshield. Probably going to lose a side window here in a second. I'm just ready to get blasted with glass.
Yeah, they got to be careful because if it completely shatters, is that a? I think they cracked their windshield. Oh man, that is really large hail. Yeah, potentially baseball-sized hail falling out of the sky on this storm as well. And again, that is this storm right here south of Malvern in Iowa. Again, a potentially large tornado. Doesn't seem to have caused a lot of damage, though, so it might be just mainly like a lot of dust with this storm, or with this tornado, making it look larger than or at least more dangerous than what it really is, but it's hard to tell. It might have just missed that house, and, you know, it could have caused a lot of damage afterwards. So, again, I would just be in your safe spots, preferably underground with this tornado, just in case. This is one of those strong tornadoes here. So, again, if you live in Essex and Shenandoah, I would be in your safe spots here with this southern storm.
The bouncing, oh my gosh, they're getting bigger. I don't want to drive into this tornado either.
Yeah, they need to get out of that hail core before they're... Oh, power flash. I think that was a power flash.
Oh my god, they're huge. There's softballs in here.
Oh, man. They're saying softballs are inside of here.
I may just have to stop before I lose the wind. I mean, the wind's toast, but I really don't want to lose the side window.
Jeez. A tornado and softball-sized hail. Folks, this storm is very dangerous.
Oh my god, we're getting destroyed right now.
Jeez.
Oh!
Whoa. Oh, yeah, their window's about to shatter, unfortunately, folks. I don't know.
We're getting absolutely demolished.
This is very large hail. The storm is warned for 2-inch hail, but bro, I mean, there's 3-inch hail, maybe larger inside of this storm. Oh, another crack. Uh-oh. Hold on, windshield.
Oh my gosh. Windshield is gone. It's absolutely gone. We may be,
Oh. Another power flash on the left. I think the tornado is still on the ground. Jeez, man. If that windshield completely shatters, it's so dangerous. This hail is huge. Man. You can hear Brandon. He's warning about a stronger circulation could be developing with this storm. And it is very possible that that could be the case. But as of right now, it is still relatively, it seems a little bit less organized, but there still very well could be just a tornado on the ground in general with this storm. As that pushes off towards the east, towards Coburg and Essex. We haven't had a visual on it in a while, but again, you know, even if you don't get a tornado with this storm, this has very large hail inside of it, very destructive hail as that pushes off towards the east. Again, potentially bigger than baseballs inside of this storm. And as you can tell by Storm Runner Media's windshield, it is strong enough to break windows. Further up to the north, this rotation appears to be dying off here near Lewis, but I still want Lewis to be in their safe spots there in Iowa. Man, they're getting clobbered, man. I feel bad.
Yeah,
They're getting absolutely clobbered.
not much that we can do.
Inflow and they're trying to pull me off the freaking road.
Where are they at?
They're east of us. They didn't get caught up.
I know, but I'm saying if they're east of us, where's the position of Randolph? Because if we can get ahead of this downpour. Because see, look, you hear them? They're absolutely like softballs in here.
Jeez. That whole ground is covered as well.
Guys, where are you in relation to Randolph on this east-west road? Because we are absolutely getting demolished, and we don't want to get, you know, hit by something blind. But if we stay here in the hail corridor, it's just going to further and further and further. So,
Man, if they keep driving on this road, they're going to drive right back into it. It was starting to calm down. They're in a tough situation here because if they keep going, their window could completely break, and then they're not. I mean, once that hail starts coming in, I mean, it's like a worst case scenario if your front windshield breaks and then you have hail pelting you in the chest and the head. So they've got to make a decision here. Is Brandon still reporting a tornado on the ground at this point? Do you guys know?
Best way would be to turn around and go.
As best I can tell on radar, it does kind of seem like that rotation broadened out as of our latest scans. We got one here and then another one potentially further up to the north. Let me see. That's in the clear air, though. So it does not appear to be, might be some hail contamination there. There's a low-hanging bowl funnel. Okay, that's what it was before, potentially, with that dust underneath it. Could still be on the ground. Heading off, it's pretty much right near Randolph, going towards Essex and Coburg next. Again, some broader circulation here, but that still could very well be a tornado on the ground as that pushes off to the east. For Red Oak, you're not in a tornado warning, but I would be taking shelter from this very large hail that is inside of this storm. Destructive. Baseball to softball sized hail in that. Further up to the north, still a little area of broad circulation we're keeping an eye on as it moves into Lewis. This storm up here is warned for golf ball sized hail at the moment. So they did downgrade that severe warning. Man. Is the hail subsiding? Are they out of the hail core yet?
That's that place that Brandy recommends. Pebble, think of the super chat.
I got freaking black and green. That's all my lenses, bro.
Storm just exploded. It kind of did, yeah.
Big W, guys.
So did their windshield. I'm surprised they still haven't updated this warning. I mean, it might just be the case that Storm Hunter Media hasn't called it in because they've been trying to figure out how to just get out of this storm. It's kind of hard to make a report when your car's getting smacked by baseball-sized hail. Oh yeah, strong winds now wrapping around the backside of this storm. Seems like the hail's getting a little smaller. Hey, thank you, the gentle says from Cheryl Masters for their windshield. All right, thank you so much. Yeah, we'll be sending that money right over to them. Thank you. And thank you, Mary, for the $20 as well. Yeah, no problem. No problem, Mary.
There's a giant hail spike.
Today has been pretty dang eventful. Yeah, latest scan, looks like that rotation is trying to reorganize, and there's a debris signature under there. That certainly could be a tornado on the ground or just a bunch of hail wrapping in this storm. We've also unfortunately got a hail spike that's happening right over our center of circulation, so oh man. Strong winds where they're at right now. They're like on the backside of this. Is that like an occluding circulation maybe?
He said there was a new circulation developing.
The tornado that's on the ground.
It looks like they're out of the worst of the hail right now. But you know, the problem is, here's the little conundrum. They're like back over here, right? Just behind this. If they want to get back in front of this storm, they have two options. Safest option, they go south, east, take Essex, back up to the north. Most dangerous option, hail punching the core, again going through that softball-sized hail to get into the inflow notch or the bear cage of this storm as it approaches Emo Gene. So we'll see what they end up doing. I do want to see where Pagey Tornado is. She might have, yeah, it looks like Pagey Tornado is officially bailing to the south. They appear to be on 71, which is right over here. So they're like pretty much right here. They can beat that hail core and get back into position here on this storm if they wanted to. So we'll keep an eye on it. I don't know what Storm Runner Media is going to do, but wow, what a crazy little moment of time there. Really hope that everybody is okay over here south of Tabor, because that could have been on the stronger side or not. It's kind of hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. Looked like just a big dusty wedge for a moment, but I don't know if it was a strong tornado. The velocities look pretty strong, but not quite sure. Report came in 2 minutes ago of a possible tornado with the northern storm. Okay. Still says it's radar indicated, though, so it's probably just given the fact of our presentation, if it was a possible tornado, if I had to guess, it was probably another one of those dust nados. We just really hadn't had much organization on that northern storm in a while. Latest scan here, still some pretty decent rotation in this thing. And yeah, all of this could be hail contamination. So we either have a large tornado on the ground or just a lot of large hail, unfortunately, circulating into our mesocyclone. It's going to be really hard to kind of decipher which one's which, unfortunately. Because as you can see, you see this little spiky thing here? That's what we call a hail spike. And that hail spike, unfortunately, goes directly into our mesocyclone, which is going to make our signal here a little bit hard to understand. But I mean, as far as I can tell, there's still some pretty decent rotation in this, heading towards the Essex and Coburg area here in Iowa. So continue to be seeking shelter as the storm approaches. Well, this tornado warning over here near Tabor, though, is being allowed to expire, so Tabor can come out of their safe spots. I still want Randolph in their safe spots for probably another 2 to 3 minutes. All right, I think Storm Runner Media is diving. It seems like they're taking the smart move, and they are diving south. And so they're going to dive south, push back to the west, or push back to the east and try to get out in front of this thing again. Man, look at their windshield, man. It is just, I don't want to see what because all we're seeing is a small portion of their windshield. I don't want to see what the whole windshield looks like. My goodness. They got clobbered. That sucks, man. That's an expensive fix. A whole windshield, that's like $300. It's still on the ground. Yeah, very well could be. I just haven't had many confirmations. But there's definitely rotation here, and unfortunately, our correlation coefficient is too contaminated to really be able to tell. But still, very well could be on the ground, especially with this much rotation here. Heading towards the Essex area here in Iowa, still continue to be sheltered in place with this storm. What do you guys think? You guys think that was like a large, dusty, weak tornado, or do you think it was like a large, dusty, stronger one? It's kind of hard to tell. I mean, it kind of looked like a wedge tornado for a little bit, or like a stout stovepipe tornado. It was dark, so it was kind of hard to tell. And then the only evidence we have of how strong it was is the fact that Storm Runner Media drove right into the path of where the tornado went, and there wasn't a whole lot of damage. So, not sure. Really not sure on that. I really hope it was on the weaker variety, though. That's what I'm saying, Dan. Like, that's the only evidence, and that seemed to be when it was at its peak strength, especially with the rotation on radar. So it'll be interesting to see what the damage survey says. A lot of dust being kicked up. And it was definitely had strong rotation in there. It was definitely a tornado. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But question being, whether or not, if it was on the stronger variety of things or not. Yeah, I have no idea. Hopefully, it was just a a dusty and weak tornado. That's the best we can hope for with that. All right, latest scan with this storm still appears to be some pretty decent rotation on this storm heading towards the Essex area and Coburg. Looks like this rotation is now just south of Emogene, really close to Summit as well, here in Iowa. One up to the north seems to be becoming outflow dominant. Really doubt that this storm is going to try to do anything more. Let me just check its environment around it. And that northern storm seems to be just about to exit out of our 1,000 joules per kilogram. So it's probably going to struggle for the rest of its life. But this one down to the south, I mean, it's still in some decent instability. Surface inversion is the capping inversion is building up in quite a lot. Yeah. But this storm's going to continue to try to survive. Look at this. It's sitting in an area of around 400 SRH, storm relative helicity. And that's enough to add just enough buoyancy. Kind of keep it going, even in a capped environment.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Wow. Looks like we now have a PDS tornado warning on this. So now we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. So if you live in Essex, you guys need to be in your safe spots. Right there in that area appears to be what appears to be is either a lot of hail or a large debris ball, but we must have gotten a report that is actually a debris ball. So that very well could be a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground here in Iowa. If you live in Essex, I would be in your safe spots, preferably underground, as this storm continues to push off towards the east. Again, that's going to be Essex and Coburg. Need to be in their safe spots as this storm pushes off towards the east. Again, this is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, and it's been confirmed by weather spotters. Let me listen in and watch Storm Media here, and because they have the radio with a lot of the other storm chasers that are out in front of this thing right now. A large wedge.
Supposedly a large wedge tornado, guys.
Where is Paige? Is she in?
Whoops, sorry. It was from when I picked up the airport's chase mode, and we've seen.
What's your location?
We've seen multiple tornadoes so far.
Updating. I am about to come to an intersection north of Shenandoah.
So.
I'm gonna try to see if Ryan Scholl is still on this thing.
Hey, I'll talk to you guys later.
This road is slippery.
Yeah, the radio would work. I'm on to my dot will pop up here shortly, but basically, you saw limit on 2.
I mean, I'm trying to find a good east road to keep up with it without having to drop down to 2.
It looks like
it's running parallel to the east.
Storm Media should be pulling up on this thing pretty closely, or pretty soon.
Violent tornado, possibly.
Yeah.
Like it may. According to the storm track, but I haven't seen on radar.
Who's got a view on it?
Softballs.
Looks mostly due east to me, honestly.
We were in softballs, I think. Or close to it.
Hey, apparently we have a massive wedge on the ground with this storm, but I'm still trying to get my own eyes on it so I can determine that for myself. But also, Brandon Kopic has also reported that there's a wedge tornado on the ground currently with our storm. Brandon Kopic. All right, let me go see that with my own eyes here. I'm gonna keep that feed up actually so I can hear it.
No, it is a large wedge. I see it. You guys see a wedge? I'm like getting killed in the hail right now.
He's on the southern edge of that hail court. By we get there,
Oh my gosh.
It's not, by the looks of it, from what I'm seeing in the lightning.
Wow.
I think it's a large circulation, but it doesn't look like it's fully condensed. It looks like it's a multi-vortex.
Oh, it's doing this past the time of,
Yep.
Just finally at that jog.
I'm seeing it. It kind of looks like what he described there. It does not seem fully condensed.
okay.
But it very well could be a multi-vortex tornado, as far as I can tell on Brandon Kopic's feed. There's your area of rotation, debris signature, heading into Essex. This is certainly on the ground with radar and from the reports with some storm chasers in this area. It does appear like a large and extremely dangerous tornado is currently on the ground. Storm Media should be getting real close to this thing, so I'm going to come back over to him and see if we can get some more confirmation.
Steph, thank you for...
Oh my god, a big time wedge, big time wedge.
Getting a report of a big time wedge.
See if it's dropping down this way or not.
At the main intersection here in Shenandoah right now, I'm trying to figure out if I want to blast north or not.
So they're way south of us.
And that is heading directly towards Essex. If you're in Essex, you need to be in your safe spots.
Yeah,
And a wedge tornado is usually indicative of, you know, some of our higher end tornadoes.
We're north.
So if
of
you live in
guys,
Essex, you need to be in your
guys-
safe spots. Man, look at that
How far north of town
velocity
is the tornado?
couplet there. Is
Like I said,
very
we are-
powerful there.
I mean, Freddie, we're on that.
That's
we're on the same
131
road
miles
as
per hour.
you. And I mean, they're talking like a violent wedge.
131 miles per hour on the southern side of that. 120 on the northern side. That is
here, and I think it's right in front of me. Big time dust being kicked up, which is hard to see. There's baseballs just getting slung around the backside of the RFD.
That Freddie?
Hey, Freddie, what's your location? Are you
That
near,
is Freddie.
Essex?
Maybe we can give Freddie if we need to.
Emoji Iowa? Okay,
I'll keep an eye on Freddie's feed. If it comes up on his, we can use it. All right, Storm Runner Media.
Like a full visual of it. I can't fully confirm, but and I think there probably is a huge tornado just to my northwest. I'm gonna get back on this channel.
Man, I'm thinking of
I
the
think
super
there's a big
sound.
wedge in there. I'm looking at it. I can see the left edge of it. There's actually two tornadoes on the ground at the same time. There's one on the back end of it. It looks like it's occluding.
Actually, 2 tornadoes on the ground.
Copy that.
Where are you at? If your direction is like north of the town or northwest? I'm heading to
Is that-
Essex.
That Jordan Hall who said that?
Is it going due east?
It is.
Okay. Do we have an east option out of Shenandoah?
2.
Okay, so that's what everyone's talking about. So we're just way behind everybody.
All right, here's the latest radar scan. Tornado would be located right here, heading into Essex, near Coburg. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Again, this is a very strong velocity couplet, a large and extremely dangerous tornadoes, potentially. Reports that this could be 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time. That one potentially maybe anticyclonic to the north, and then another one further down to the south. Again, this is a pretty dangerous situation here. If you live in Essex, you need to be underground. AG Tornado should be pulling up on this thing shortly. Looks like Storm Runner Media froze. Let me try to fix that. I don't know why that keeps happening. Pagey should be getting out in front of this thing here pretty darn shortly. They're in the rain, in the heavier rain, so they would be like right over in here or up here. They're either in one of these two spots, and they should be able to, regardless of which spot they are in, they should be able to get out in front of this thing if it's still on the ground when it comes out of this area here. So again, if you live in Essex and Coburg, I would be in your safe spots. There's a reason why we're trying to locate storm chasers in your region, and it's never a good sign when they're that close to you. And the reason why they're all talking about a huge wedge tornado is because there is potentially a large, extremely dangerous tornado in progress, maybe even two tornadoes in progress at the same time as that pushes down to the south and east towards Coburg and Essex. You guys need to be seeking shelter from this storm. It seems like this is a very dangerous tornado. Oh, yep, power flashes on Freddy's stream. I just saw it. This thing is still on the ground.
A new tornado emergency has been issued.
Tornado emergency for this storm as it pushes off towards the east, towards Essex and Coburg. This is a tornado emergency. Again, this is a large and very dangerous tornado that is currently on the ground heading towards Essex. Again, a tornado emergency is the highest categorization of a tornado possible. This is, again, a very large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground. Please get underground for this tornado warned storm. Oh my gosh. Freddy has it. There it is. Large and extremely dangerous tornado. Right in there. See it. There it is. Again, folks, you want to be in your safe spots for this storm. Let me turn on their audio.
Oh, yeah, never mind. That second flash. I think it's roping out, whatever it is. Yeah, it's like disappearing now. Look at that. Still got big hail! Big time hail coming in, guys.
Oh, yeah, it is roping out.
I don't know how far away you are, but I'm about.
Oh, yeah, no, that roped out.
It's still falling out, though.
The tornado on the west side is roped out, so that was, I don't think that was the main tornado.
Oh, you were looking at the one I just saw. Okay, I apologize for that.
Okay, so that might have been the second tornado. So there could be even another tornado still on the ground. That one just roped out. Again, folks, if you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado emergency in progress. Unfortunately, we have a large and extremely dangerous, potentially couple of tornadoes on the ground. We just saw one just a moment ago. Right here in that area, and there could be potentially another one on the ground as well. Moving into the Essex area here in Iowa, you guys need to be in your safe spots. I cannot express this enough. Preferably underground for this storm. Again, this is a tornado emergency. They only issue these for the high-end, large, and extremely dangerous tornadoes. All right? When they have higher confidence and it's going into a somewhat populated region, they issue tornado emergencies. So please be in your safe spots as this approaches. Again, this is a very, very dangerous storm. Let's come back over to Freddy. What's happening on his feed here.
But I'm gonna go east here.
And this is Freddy.
CG's there.
Dust, my goodness. If anybody sees any damage or needs any sort of assistance, let us know immediately.
Copy that, will do. I have not seen anything yet, but I'll let you know if I come across something. I'm on kind of the backside here. Alrighty.
So that's that view. Former media. Oh, wait, that's not that. They're here. The Storm Intermedia is still south of this thing. We'll keep an eye on both of their streams. Keep an eye on Freddy's, though. He's really close to this tornado right now. They're pretty much in that hail core on the back side of here. Let me go check up on our northern tornado warning just to make sure nothing has changed. Yeah, this is still an outflow dominant storm. They're probably about to let that one expire still. Yeah, I mean, you can still see a debris ball pretty obviously here north of Essex. So that main circulation is probably still on the ground, moving north of Essex, heading near J20 and M63. You think I'm behind on Freddy's stream? It might just be Severe Studios. Oh my gosh. Is that what it looked like earlier? Yeah, it might be replaying his stream. Hold on. Severe Studios can be wonky. I'm just gonna get it straight from the source on YouTube. Yeah, I think that was earlier. Hold on. Thank you for letting me know. Oh my goodness.
It's not the parent meso side. It's kind of roping out now, but for a couple minutes there was just a pretty stout cone. There's just a crazy RFD here.
Oh my goodness, right there.
And
what's that to the right of it, Freddy?
I don't know how far you are.
oh, look at RFD coming in again. Holy RFD. Wow,
what is that?
Getting blown off the road. Crazy RFD here. Crazy RFD here.
I mean, there's something off to the right of it.
Another thing to the right?
Another thing to the right of it.
Okay, my lights are bugging. I gotta shut them off. I got like red and blue.
My goodness. I think that's a tornado. Is it not?
My lights. We're gonna figure that out.
Is that like it's part of the occlusion to you?
Where did I?
It's not the parent meso side. It's kind of roping out now, but for a couple minutes there was just a pretty stout cone. I'm gonna try.
Yeah, very strong RFD on this storm, so it's still pretty organized as it continues to push off towards the east here. Kind of looked like that was a pretty stout cone there. Okay, now Storm Intermedia is getting a view of something again. If you live just to the west of Essex, near Nyman, in Iowa, you need to be in your safe spots. Whoa, what is that on Storm Intermedia's view? Is that it? Listen and hear what they're saying.
I'm finally getting caught up to this main circulation. I'm just crossing past Shenandoah.
Look at that in the middle of there.
I got somebody crashed into the ditch here. I don't think it was tornado related, but unsure on injuries right now.
Copy that. Let us know if you need anything.
It looks just like a rain core.
Yeah, please do. It looks like Freddy, I'm looking at his stream, he has a vehicle at his...
And so Freddy apparently has something happening on his stream. Let's listen in. Oh, he's got no audio. Don't know what's happening there. Very strong winds near Freddy. That's an RFD wind. Again, this is most likely still a potentially large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground here, folks. Again, this is passing just to the north of Essex. All right, and here, there's your CC drop. Still very likely that this is on the ground at this moment as it passes to the east and north of Essex, heading into Nyman now. This appears to be occluding, as far as I can tell. And it might be occluding up to the north a little bit. So again, if you live near Coburg in Nyman, Iowa, this thing is very, very close to you. Keeping an eye on all the feeds here. I think Freddie McKinney is got some vehicle that has been run off the road nearby them. AG Tornado should be getting pretty darn close. Yeah, they're about to be right in front of this mesocyclone. So if it tries to recycle, should be able to get a view of it again with her if it does. But until that time, we have multiple storm chasers in the region. Let's go look at back over here near Storm Runner Media, who is to the south, looking back up in this storm. And yeah, you can see that mesocyclone. That wall cloud is right in there. Yeah, there it is. You can see it.
I do have a visual.
Right there.
It does still look like it could likely be on the ground. Not fully condensed, but likely on the ground still.
You can see it lowers. Let me put my thing up.
We're trying to find the guy in the car that rolled. He's just not there.
Right here.
It just got out and got
Right above my head.
Yeah, but you would have been able to see
It appears like a bowl funnel or something. You can't tell if it's fully condensed or not. It doesn't seem to be.
I wonder if there was someone else there close by. They jumped in with it real fast.
Back on the ground is a large cone.
Hopefully it wasn't the worst case scenario.
Yeah. I agree.
You have it. Visual on anything yet, Connor? Yeah, I think I see it.
Brandon, are you still east on 190th?
I think that was a power flash back there.
Well, I'm going east 190th, curved south. I don't know if I'm still on 190th, but the road curved to the south. I went straight and turned.
Right here, there's an area still of some pretty strong rotation.
Yeah, this is gravel.
Moving off towards the east. This very well could still be. Yeah, I
still down. I can see it on my camera.
I swear I keep seeing power flashes back in there. Oh no, that's like some tower.
Yeah, I just kind of lost visual because of the hills. What is the motion of this storm? Is it still due east or is it south?
Looks like multi-vortex. I'm trying to get more than one glimpse.
It's still east. It's moving at 30. Okay. The reason why we haven't caught to is because we're doing this with them. No more hail spikes, so that's a good sign.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Brandon has a view of that same thing that Storm Runner Media had just a moment ago. What appears to be a cone tornado still on the ground with this storm over here north and east of Essex. Now, unfortunately, about to make it directly into Nyman. If you live in Nyman, you need to be in your safe spots. Again, this is most likely a barely condensed, but still a tornado on the ground heading directly towards Nyman. Looks like they did take off that tornado emergency, but this is still a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground, and we are been seeing it on and off from 3 of our chasers' perspectives. I think Freddie McKinney is like trying to help with somebody. Yeah. Someone's off the road on Freddie McKinney's stream. AG Tornado is positioning herself out in front of this storm, so we should have visual from her shortly. Let me just make sure we're up to date. Yeah, we are. Thank you, Kirby, for the 5. Thank you so much. Still trying to see if I can see anything on Storm Runner Media's feed. I mean, they're pretty much just south of it, right down in here. And they've been looking up, but I think our rotation is continuing to occlude a little bit up to the north. You can see it was going due east, and now it appears to be going due north. Northeast, northeast. So we're definitely getting an occlusion here. And you can see how that little mesocyclone kind of pushes up to the north with that velocity signature. But still a powerful velocity signature nonetheless, just to the south and east of Coburg. Still continuing to push kind of just to the south of Stanton. That tornado warning up to the north has officially been allowed to expire. It is not surprising. Hopefully this one is next. Hopefully this rotation goes away here shortly. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, I am not sure if this was caused by the tornado itself or if this person was blown off the road by some wind or if they hydroplaned. It's kind of hard to tell. There is no audio on Freddy's stream, though, so not really sure what's up with that. But yeah, it is not good. I really hope that guy is all right. It seemed like there is an ambulance or some sort of emergency response here. All right, latest scan, still some pretty strong rotation here. Would not be surprised if we still had a large tornado on the ground. Let's get that. Let's get Storm Intermedia's audio feed back up so we can listen in.
I don't think he got hit by the tornado. Like, he was just on the fringe of it, but yeah, he just, I don't even know what happened, man. But a little scary there. I was looking for like a body or something out in the field because it just looked like the situation where somebody could get ejected. But thankfully the guy's relatively okay. That is including more.
Yeah, Freddy doesn't think that he was in the tornado itself. He thinks it was in the outer circulation, but it's kind of hard to tell that. It does seem like, regardless, though, that person might have been blown off the road by wind, either tornadic winds or the RFD.
You're good after this car.
North. My GPS was not updating properly, so I had no idea where I am. I'm on 63, but so you're the vehicle right in front of me now. There's
we can see the
vehicle
structure
behind you, but they
as
pulled
far
over
south.
when
See
I
that?
pulled out.
Oh my gosh, guys, look at that thing.
This is another guy with a black police cruiser SUV with a camera on top.
Hey, Pagey Tornado is right out in front of this thing.
Redman, I don't know if you.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I think you're on
Yeah,
two,
speaking of structure,
this is
you can see it. Major striations along the front edge of this.
Amazing structure.
Let me see if it shows up on.
I bet the structure is incredible.
Oh yeah, it kind of shows up on Storm Intermedia's feed too. You can see those striations on the right side. This is definitely the mesocyclone.
I mean, you said you're on 2. We just drove down and we're on 2 as well.
Not seeing a tornado. Well, there's kind of something back in there still. Definitely a large lowering in there. Maybe still potentially a large tornado on the ground. Wow, look at that structure.
I believe 8 miles.
Man, if this was daytime, this storm would look nuts.
I am 7 miles.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
New PDS tornado warning has been issued on this storm that is pushing off towards the east, towards Wasilla. Again, we still have some pretty strong circulation. Still can't completely rule out a tornado on the ground with this storm. Still weather spotter confirmed tornado on the ground as it pushes up. Seems to still kind of be going to the north here. Northeast. Going to come pretty close to Stanton. You guys still need to be in your safe spots there. Stanton, I wouldn't let your guard down. You're not in that tornado warning, but I would not let your guard down. Man, that is like, you can just tell that is a mothership. This is crazy. Listen, I thought tornadoes were possible today, but I did not think we were going to get these Cape Bomb type storms that when they create their own outflow boundary and then just latch onto that stuff. I mean, this storm, believe it or not, is in, let me check the latest meso analysis. I mean, it's this storm relative velocity that's really pushing this storm over the edge. Quite crazy. Just very interesting boundary interactions. Kind of lined up perfectly for today to be super dangerous. Yeah, the lower level shear is only about like 30 knots, but it's the vorticity in the area and the storm relative helicity that are really pushing these storms over the edge. Audio back on.
I'm even trying to find this. Where's Hepburn?
I put it Sharpsburg.
Oh, there it is.
Wow. That is wild. Yeah, it seems like our storm is still got some pretty powerful rotation on it. As of our latest scan, we haven't really seen a debris signature in a while, but if you live over here north of Diamond, I would still assume that this is on the ground. And again, this thing is still occluding off to the north. It's going to try to make a close approach to Stanton. The tornado warning polygon is a little bit misleading. Kind of makes you think it's going to go just due east. But as you can tell in our latest scans, we are definitely getting a northeasterly component as that occludes into the parent supercell. Man. I wonder if it was on the ground since the beginning. Like, the Storm Intermedia got hit by that hail. And they had to drop back, and we lost visual of it. And then Freddie McKinney potentially caught two tornadoes, one that roped out, and then another one shortly after that. And then after Freddie McKinney attended to that person who was blown off the road, Storm Intermedia again caught what appeared to be an uncondensed bull funnel that still looked like it was producing some dust underneath it. Goodness, this lightning is crazy. It's literally nonstop. Dude, like, this is not a time lapse. This is real time. That is crazy. The storm is so intense. Yeah, I mean, this thing, the vorticity and it latching on to like where that vorticity maxima would be, which would be right onto that outflow boundary. It latched right onto that and just kind of rode it for a good 20, 25 miles. I mean, it's in relatively weak lower level wind shear. Like, if you were to see this on the models, you would not think like, oh yeah, we're going to get, a strong tornado. But this is something that we saw last year as well. And I've given them the definition of Cape bombs, where essentially they produce their own little, outflow boundaries. They latch onto that. The increased vorticity at the surface stretches the updraft and allows storms in very low shear environments to produce massive tornadoes. It's a similar storm to what happened in Oklahoma last year, near Altus, Oklahoma. Very similar to that. It's just crazy. Today seemed dangerous in terms of hail, but I did not think that we were going to see this kind of storm today. But we're going to have to keep our, eyes peeled for these storms. It's a little bit early, in my opinion. I usually expect these in like May and June, but wow. And thank you, Pinhead, for a $50 donation. Thank you so much. I really do help. I mean, I really do appreciate that. That is a large amount of money, and it is extremely helpful to the channel. Thank you. Wow. Just crazy. Crazy freaking storm. Yeah, it's a late May type storm. My dad thinks that there is definitely a funnel underneath this mesocyclone. Let me take a closer look. He just texted me.
J20. I'm about to pass through Hepburn on J20, and then I'm gonna stop at 71
Yeah,
and see what
I mean,
everything's looking
it
like.
also kind of looks like a rain
That
shaft.
freaking rotation still looks
It's hard to
insane
tell.
back off to the west.
If there's any tornado on that's trying to produce right now, it's going to be wrapped in the rain, so we shouldn't be able to get a visual on it.
It's an absolute pancake structure, guys. Honestly, you guys are really enjoying this.
Yeah, I wish I could turn the camera more.
Yeah, it's just a crazy storm. Bottom line. It's just like, you know, when you talk about storms, you know, you don't typically want to use that kind of wording, but this one is just verifiably just a crazy storm. There's our area of circulation. Still pretty strong. I still would not rule out the potential for a strong tornado still being on the ground. I'm not seeing a debris signature right now, but I would still be in your safe spots over here south of Stanton and Villisca here in Iowa. We haven't heard any visual confirmation on this thing in a while, but that's most likely because it is almost completely rain wrapped at this point. Thank you, Pickled Prince, for the $20. Thank you so much. That is extremely helpful. Tomorrow will be bad. It shouldn't be as crazy as today, but let me check the models on it. See if I can see a similar environment. Could be pretty interesting, or it could be pretty similar. And Freddie's got something pretty interesting on his stream now. Oh, wow. What is that? Definitely a wall cloud. Whoa. Very interesting back in there.
Circulation development to the east.
Looks like he is
yeah, I'm thinking I might shoot east after that meso that's developing. It looks like it's actually really
a new tornado warning has been issued.
I agree with Freddie. I'm gonna put Lennox in my GPS.
That was interesting. Definitely a little bit of a wall cloud still on this storm. Let me check tomorrow in the Oklahoma region. I think if we could get anything similar to this, it would probably be in Oklahoma. It doesn't look as similar, to be honest. I mean, there are a couple of decent hailers in this thing. I would have to look at pivotal weather, to be honest, but just at least check the I mean, not super elevated there. Decent amount of lower level winds, but they are like to the east of the storms themselves. Yeah, I'd have to check out pivotal weather, to be honest. Oh my goodness. This is just crazy. It literally feels like we're watching a time lapse right now of the storm. Like, this does not seem like there's just so much lightning. It is nonstop. It's like a strobe light. This is one of the most electrified storms I have ever seen. It is just, there's literally like 2 to 3 lightning bolts every second. Thank you, Brenda, for the 10. Thank you so much. Looks like a war. It kind of does. It looks like there's like a alien civilization, like an alien civilization fighting yet another alien civilization in the sky. It is crazy. Ow. I'm honestly speechless. An extremely electrified storm here. Yeah, Velisca needs to be in their safe spots. This tornado warn storm is coming their way. In that area of rotations back over here, it does seem to be dissipating a little bit. Oh, and it's back to radar indicated rotation. Seems like our reports of this thing being on the ground are over for now, which lines up with what the storm chasers have been saying. I mean, they're all right next to it. But, I mean, there's still a little area of circulation back here that needs to be watched, but does seem like this storm might be becoming a little bit elevated as of our latest scans. We'll see what it does. Yeah, unfortunately, tomorrow, folks, I don't think I'll be able to do a video. So we might do a forecast at the end of this stream. Maybe it'll be like a later video. It's wild. I can't take my eyes off of this view from Storm Runner Media. It's just nonstop lightning. Crazy. All right, latest scan here. Potentially a new circulation trying to develop over here near Velisca. Does seem like a little thing is trying to surge into here. Not sure if this area right here is legitimate circulation, but I'm still keeping an eye on it. It's going to be moving off towards the east, towards Nodaway, Brooks, Lennox, Prescott, and Sharpsburg. Still want Velisca to be in their safe spots just in case this thing tries to rewrap back up, but it does seem like it is in the process of dying at this moment. Oh, wow. Pagey Tornado is starting to get a view of something. It's looking a little bit wall cloudy. I think this is that new circulation.
Ooh. Look at the storm.
Keep an eye on that. There is a little bit of a mesocyclone trying to poke back out of this thing, but it should struggle. It does seem like these storms are becoming a little bit elevated. We should be nearing the very end of our tornado threat very shortly. But still worth, I think I'm still going to keep my eye on this storm until it completely loses all of its circulations. Kind of like what this northern one did. Oklahoma City is 2,000 plus Cape. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it just depends. It just depends, you know, how much vorticity we have tomorrow. I'd have to check pivotal weather for that. And I can bring it up on the side, I guess. How many has there been today? Potentially like up to 4 or 5, maybe 6 tornadoes. Maybe even more. I don't really keep track of the exact numbers while I'm live. I'm usually a little bit too busy for that. Thank you, Lil Cam, for being a member for 2 months. Thank you so much. Thank you for your monthly support. That does help out a lot. And tomorrow looks interesting, especially around like the OKC area. Yeah. Kind of looks a little similar. Storm relative velocity around those storms near OKC of around like 400 to 600. Yeah, we might have to watch out for the same thing near the OKC area if those storms can develop. Southwest of Des Moines merge and do something. Like these guys back over here.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Oh my goodness. This is potentially back on the ground here. Large and extremely dangerous tornado. It's not confirmed. It's radar indicated. Pagey has a weird view of this. Hold on. Right edge of something there.
There's so much mud and disgusting.
Oh yeah, it's terrible.
Horrid.
It seems like a hail shaft, though. Check storm on our media. Seeing anything on theirs? Freddie McKinney has a view of what appears to be the inflow tail. Seeing anything? I mean, we have chasers all over this. There is a decent area of rotation, though, right here in this area. Does appear to be inflow contamination, though, at this point. So, they say it's radar indicated rotation, so that doesn't mean it's necessarily on the ground. They're just saying, hey, the rotation could support a strong tornado. So if you live in Corning and Lenox and Prescott, I would be in your safe spots. Villisca, I would be, indoors and away from windows, but I think the tornado threat is to your east now. Latest scan doesn't look overly interesting. I mean, all this over here is contamination, as far as I could tell. Does not look like a legitimate radar signal Back over here seems like where our mesocyclone would be. Oh, Storm Intermediate's got something. Listen into them.
Yes. I'm right behind both of you.
Uh-oh. We're being chased, Chad. We're being chased.
I can't see
Yeah, we
chat.
can see the
I've got my brights on. I can't see anything.
Yeah, that right of this road goes.
That's
east
it
for a while
right here.
before
That's
you
our
go
lowering. It's right
very
here.
good paved road.
Look in the lightning. That's it.
There's something on the left, and then there's something on the right.
We got our new lowering, Chad. Over there. Oh, right there.
Where you go, Brian? Going east on, what is this, 120, 130?
It's 130. 130 is lane.
Now on the right side, there appears to be what a wall cloud, and on the left side,
That's
might
our
be
area.
Scud.
That's right there.
That's right there.
That would explain the winds getting stronger.
Well, I can't tell if that's a big wedge or a wall cloud.
I think it's just a wall cloud.
Yeah, it's a wall cloud.
Roger, copy.
Does not appear to be anything on the ground at this moment. Definitely have a developing wall cloud.
Tape, though, so might be trying to get organized. Hey, Jordan. Hey, Scott. My radar is my video. Just give me a call when you have a moment.
Keeping a close eye on it. We'll see it here on live on the feed here before we see it on radar.
Visibility's getting a little bit lower with these rain currents. Montgomery, I don't mean to be going too slow. Don't run to see. Alright, never mind. We're good.
What rain are we in?
That I don't know.
I mean, it's obviously the storm, but
Can tell you guys though that there is not a tornado on the ground. So this PDS tornado warning for radar indicated rotation is not currently on the ground right now.
we should cross the new warning.
Looks like we got a fairly clear visual of the area of interest up there.
Now we do.
It's definitely lowering, I'll give it that much. The area of interest is getting a lot lower.
Where are you hearing that report from, Dan? Who said that in chat? Jay Superman. He's been saying that for a while. There's your wall cloud. This is from Freddie McKinney. He also has a visual of the wall cloud. Doesn't seem as wall cloudy from his perspective. Oh man, look at that. It's really lowering down in there. He might be close. Dude, that looks like a wedge. Is that on the ground? We need a lightning bolt right behind it. No, it's not on the ground. Okay, whew.
You want to pull over here, topping, and take out a look there?
That is definitely very low to the ground there.
And that's our lowering right there.
Looks like the middle of the wall cloud's starting to drop.
It is.
Yep. I agree with that.
Should be a number of hill up here.
That thing looks really sketchy.
You know, if there is, I'll come up there. Watch out for that guy just standing in the middle of the road.
They're all chasers in front of us.
Yep. There is a conga line in front of me, guys. I think, I know Montgomery, you're behind me, and Connor, I don't know if you're behind both of us, but there's like a line of 10 people up here.
Reports of a Congo line?
Trying to see through trees, guys.
Also, it looks very healthy from my vantage point. So there's a guy in the middle of the road.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, you know, inflow
right
tail
there.
coming in on the right side, wall cloud just on. Whoa, is that a funnel? Kind of looks like a funnel. Back in there.
Well, I see it. Window.
And Freddy's right at the inflow of this storm. He's in a good position.
If you want to go up to the hill, this guy got stuck. I'm going to try and get him out of this ditch.
That wall cloud, though, is right behind their radar now.
Smoked in here. He's probably done.
You okay?
Yeah, but I mean, I just know by the sound that
Yeah, Pagey has a view. Oh my goodness. Wrong wins on Pagey's stream. Let's see the wall cloud, though.
Let's tell them to pull off up here.
And I hit that I go to about 70, 60. I mean, I broke, but I don't know.
If you want to pull off up here, okay, everyone's slamming on their brakes, but if you want to pull off up here, I'll pull off with you.
Looks like Brandon might have hit something.
Yeah, I'm going to pull off right here.
There's still a tornado on the ground. Not that we could tell. It looks like there's a wall cloud underneath this storm. Yeah, you see that? There's the wall cloud.
Yep, that's our bowl.
Right in there.
Jeez.
Strong winds also with this storm. That's the RFD. Tornado would drop. It would drop right here.
That's freaking wind.
Are you behind me?
Any pics of damage? Not that I have seen personally.
Am I gonna?
The radio keeps freaking out.
Kind of a rural area, so those probably won't emerge until later. All right, let's do a quick little radar update here. Here's our storm right now. Area of rotation here where this wall cloud is at this moment is right there. It's a little bit on the broader side of things. This out in front of it appears to be contamination of some sort, but that could also be legitimate. It's hard to tell. But if you live in Corny, Lenox, Prescott, here in southwestern Iowa, I would still continue to be in your safe spots. Northern storms do not have a whole lot of rotation. Hail inside of this storm is still up to 2 inches. 2-inch hail. Listening to the scanner? Okay. Man, look at that structure on Freddie McKinney's stream. Very long inflow tail to this storm. It's like Storm Runner Media is repositioning yet again. Man, yeah. I mean, there still appears to be a wall cloud in this thing. Keep listening in.
There's dirt flying up.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
All right, they're saying dirt's flying up.
About, I may have to stop at the next road and just.
Oh, you guys can see.
Something I can't turn it. The side to side is broken on now. Right? Yeah. I can't turn right or left.
That wall cloud should be coming into Freddie McKinney's view here shortly as well. Saying dust is rising underneath this thing, which might mean it could be making a brief touchdown. Trying to get a visual of it. I think that wall cloud's right behind that bush on Freddie's stream.
About ready to get that nice lowering for you guys.
just gotta give me a couple minutes to find a spot to pull off, because I gotta manually try and twist that thing.
This is near Clarinda.
Very low. I gotta pull off and fix my camera real quick.
All right, we'll keep their little audio feed up.
My side camera up, so nobody had to see the deer explode except me.
Oh,
Yeah, that's very unfortunate.
so Brandon hit a deer.
Hey, look at you looking out for the people. Even
Yikes.
In, you know, one of your more unfortunate situations.
Oh, Paigey has a view of our wall cloud now. On the left side of the screen.
I'm pulling off here.
Man, that right side looks really low to the ground.
Decent-looking wall cloud, actually. Wow. Off to my left. Yeah, I think this thing's gonna try again.
Alright, I gotta do this real fast.
Yeah, I might just try again. I'm gonna try to get to that. I don't know what that highway is, but the one that goes up towards Corning.
It looks very healthy.
Yeah, right in there. Looks like that rotation is starting to increase a little bit. Man, maybe even a little bit of debris being picked up there. That might be, you know, brief circulation on the ground here. Moving off to the east towards Lennox and Prescott. Still want you guys in your safe spots. We do have rotation and a wall cloud on the storm right now. Chasers are trying to reposition to stay ahead of this.
You want to get like southeast of this thing, get a structure shot because like it's completely pure skies with like stars around it. Could be some effort shots for you.
I can't really tell.
Topic, do you need help here?
What's he doing?
There's a guy stuck in a ditch.
Yeah, latest scan, still a decent little area of circulation, broadening out just a little bit. They're south of Brooks, still heading off to the east towards Lennox. Oh, we got a person off the side of the road. Looks like somebody's helping him out.
Circulation getting right.
Getting what?
Rain wrapped.
It sounded like when it came across the radio.
From my vantage point, yes.
You take that north turn towards Corning, Freddie. I'm about to do the same thing.
Oh, they're struggling to get him out. Yeah, still waiting on the latest scan for this storm. Further up to the north, still have some hail in this storm, up to ping pong ball size now, so they just downgraded it again. And that is going to be going just north of Greenfield, off to the east, south of Stewart. Eventually that'll try to make it into Earlham. They're south and west of Des Moines. What did Freddie just look at?
Yeah, I would like to stick. Yeah.
You guys can keep going if you want.
Okay, you don't need anything?
Still.
I think it's got one hell of a beware on radar. Is there someone that needs help or are we good?
A little bit of a viewer.
There's just this guy that's stuck. I was just
Not really
seeing
showing
what's
up in the
happening
higher
and
levels,
help
but
him.
they're definitely this is an indication that our updraft is pretty strong in this storm currently. All right, looks like Freddie has a clear view now of the base of this storm. Would be on the left side. Not seeing that wall cloud anymore. Circulation might be getting rain wrapped a little bit.
Yeah, circulation's not too far to the north.
Multiple houses destroyed near A Avenue, according to RG5. He's listening to the scanners.
Yeah, I'm right behind you, Jordan. I didn't realize how quickly this thing was, you know, about to cross the road here. You're behind me? Yeah, I see your light bar.
Yeah, keep an eye on Freddy's stream. He's just to my right in the middle of the chaser feeds here. Yeah, latest scan on this storm, still decent area of circulation right here. Freddy's moving up this road.
I think so. There's a cop. I was just sitting there to give cop like an extra set of lights, but there's a cop up there now, so I'm just gonna get.
There's your area of circulation. It's about to pass right in front of him potentially, so let's keep an eye on his feed here. Oh, he lost signal. All right, we'll come back if he gains that back.
Now I gotta punch back through the RFD.
Been a crazy night. Yeah, absolutely. The storm just keeps going, man. Okay, we're getting a clearer view out of here.
Holy visibility.
Yeah. Mute this. Bring back up Freddy. Listen in. We're about to run out of time, though, for Freddy, though.
Yeah.
Fortunately, his audio is bugged. Sorry. Yeah, I think we're right at the limit here for Freddy, so I'm gonna have to take him off here. Latest scan on our storm, still some pretty decent circulation here south of Corning as that moves up to the north and east. And yeah, you can see that viewers right here in that area, a little area, rain-free area on this storm as that moves off to the east here. Again, you definitely don't want to second guess this storm. Doesn't appear to be a tornado on the ground right now, but again, this thing could easily produce. It's definitely trying to gear up, you know, for yet another tornado here. Pagey tornado is actually pretty much right where Freddy was. See that circulation wrapping in. There's your inflow tail. Listen into her real quick.
Yes.
I think they're a little bit east of where Freddy was. They're near Lennox. But they're in a good position to intercept this thing if it does try to drop.
I hear that.
We'll keep an eye on her stream. Checking in from Altoona. Where is Altoona? We've covered Altoona before. I'm not exactly. I think isn't it around like Des Moines? Yeah. Yeah, you guys do have a storm coming your way, and it most likely going to have some hail on that. With rotation on this storm has been struggling quite a lot, though. Thankfully. Oh, like Pagey has a view of that wall cloud potentially. Oh, whatever is wrapped in that storm, it is completely rain wrapped right now. Completely rain wrapped. Probably rain and hail wrapped. They're over here near Lennox, and they just look back to the left at the storm briefly there. Now, all I saw was like, some clouds feeding into about this area, and then everything else was just pure rain and hail. Latest scan from our radar over here south of Corn and crossing over the road does still appear to be a pretty strong area of circulation. SRH on photographs. Can use the sounding as like an example. SRH would be here, right in this area. Oh no, wait. Is that right? I think that's right. Yeah, SRH. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. Today's been surprisingly tiring. I am feeling it already. We've only been live for like 5 hours and 30 minutes, but wow. It has been quite the night already. Still kind of surprised that we're still dealing with this storm right now. It should be in the process of dying, according to all kinematic indications. Yeah, it has been unexpectedly active, that's for sure. Like, there's definitely a tornado threat, but I didn't think we'd be dealing with these kind of storms. Just one of those conditional days that sometimes really, really gets going. An extension of what? The tornado warning? Yeah, I mean, I was expecting some brief tornadoes today. Sometimes you can get some tornadoes spin up with storms with, weak shear, but it ended up being one of those outflow boundary latching type of tornado days. And when you get those, I mean, you get those strong tornadoes to happen. Okay, thank you, help. Your latest scan here, I think this is our closest radar. Let me just double check. It's looking at 10,000 feet. Yeah. Latest scan with this radar does appear like our rotation is still present, but it's not nearly as strong as it was. Does seem like this storm is struggling a little bit. I can see that extension happening, but it's not going to be based on rotation. So if you live in Creston and Afton, I would just be ready to go to your safe spots. A tornado warning extension is being considered with this storm, but I wouldn't freak out. Rotation isn't nearly as strong as it was earlier. But I would certainly go into your safe spots if it is issued, just in case. Storm tries to do a last hurrah. I've been streaming for 5 hours too, and I mean, it's just been active. I think most folks were expecting, a little bit of structure, maybe a brief and weak tornado. Nothing like what's happened. I mean, this is just what happens sometimes with these spring times. I mean, this again. The reason why I'm so surprised is it's just the time of year it is. Just odd that we get these kind of storms in April. Usually April is more, those larger scale type storms with, strong lower level shear, and you get tornado outbreaks. This is way more similar to a summer type event. Very similar to a summer, just a Cape Bomb type tornado event. Oh man. latest scan here does seem like our rotation is intensifying a little bit. South of Prescott, moving off to the east. Might be trying deep in that rain. As it goes further east, I mean, it's still going to be a hail threat for sure. The tornado threat, it should be in the process of fizzling, but this storm is fighting because it still obviously has a pretty strong updraft. So, although the kinematics around it aren't necessarily the most favorable, it is still trying to fight and stay intact. Yeah, I agree. I mean, there was nothing other than when that outflow boundary started forming and the storms formed behind it, and then they started surging and trying to latch onto it. Other than that, there was nothing on the models that really indicated, much potential for strong tornadoes, which is why we didn't have a strong tornado risk. But they just ended up doing exactly what they needed to do today to do that. I mean, there was always going to be a decent amount of vorticity near that outflow boundary, but storm should have stayed behind it, or if they merged with it, we were hoping it would be, you know, mainly dependent on how much shear was in the atmosphere, which this one to the south does have some decent shear to it. I mean, it's got 30 knots of shear, which isn't nothing. If this storm can last all the way into the nighttime, which it shouldn't, there's a decent amount of shear still coming. I mean, 60 knots of shear could be jacked up into this region. There into Missouri. We're really fortunate, honestly, that our capping inversion was so strong down here. If we had any supercells down here into Kansas region, we would have had a strong tornado outbreak. Very fortunate that we had strong capping down here. Kifu, I appreciate that. I will say one thing. I am hungry. I am starting to get the hunger pains. So hopefully this tornado warning can expire, and at the very least, we can take a break and I can get something to eat. That is the hope. It does. I mean, just like the depiction of this storm here to the south is looking a lot less organized, but we still do have a little area of embedded circulation in here. It wouldn't completely surprise me if they extended this. They have downgraded the hail, though, to $half sized hail, so there is some improvement of the dangerous portion of our risk. No delivery. No, I got chicken and rice delivered early this morning, and I need to eat it. A little bit of something here, a little bit of an RFD surge with this storm. I'd have to still keep an eye on that one. You're in northern Missouri, you're thankful for that cap. Yeah. Me too. I think we all owe that cap token of appreciation. Go eat. I'll wait. It's no big deal. Unless this storm starts looking like it's going to become more tornadic. It does kind of look like that, not going to lie. And I might not. I might have to just eat some chicken really quick, throw some chicken in the fridge or in the microwave. Oh, our chat went down. What's going on over here? Oops. This is the Brandon Kopic. No. That was like Connor Croft's car. Connor hit a deer too? Or did Connor get stuck again? Looks like they're doing something to his lights. Connor hit a deer. Dang. I thought it was Brandon that hit a deer. Yeah. The storm looks dangerous, but it's really not rotating too much yet. Latest scan on this storm looks like our rotation is broadening out, and there goes our tornado warning. Not Brandon, it was Connor the whole time. Dang. That's wild. Addie's okay, man. Those deer collisions, they can be one way or the other, man. You either hit it and it just slides off the front of your car, or you hit it and it's a buck and those antlers come in through your windshield, and it can be very dangerous. All right. I'm going to go eat really quick. I'm going to keep the sound on their radio up still. I'm at least going to go make something to eat, and then it'll probably be like 5 minutes. I'll keep the radar and the stream up, and I will put their sound on Stormrunner Media just in case, we're hearing more reports from there. And watch Paigey Tornado. She's on the top right. She's still got a decent view of the storm. So, yeah, I'll zoom in here. And yeah, if you live in Earlham, Winterset, Creston, and Afton, continue to seek shelter for some hail. I am hungry. I'll be right back.
Just checking in. Is everybody okay? Yep. Where are these radios? Yeah, I'm heading north on 148 towards everybody. Gotcha. How's that bumper holding up? I think they were working on that up here. Excellent. Glad to hear. All right.
There. I got some food. I forgot napkin. Ah, now I got the food and the napkin. All right. This audio stuff over here. Get to munching. Has he? All right, what do we got going on? Any changes? Still some circulation in this storm. Not as strong as it was earlier, but still worth monitoring. How's everybody doing? Gators? Y'all talking about gators? Who brought that up? What about these storms made y'all think of gators? They fishing around Galveston in Louisiana, but you're seeing red eyes in the water. Okay. Are you still seeing red eyes? Because if you're still seeing red eyes, and you've officially been there too long. Probably not a smart idea to report that you see a gator for longer than 10 minutes. Probably leave. Even if you catch a fish, the gator's probably going to eat your fish. You'll catch a gator. Well, if Jared reports to chat that he has a really big fish on his line, then we know what's happening. He fried a burger. Very funny. Ha ha ha. Everybody laugh at TJ's joke. I probably heard that joke. Let's see. At least 10,000 times in my life. Well, if you catch the gator successfully and neutralize it, then I heard gator's pretty tasty. Latest scan here is indicating maybe some stronger rotation developing again north of Lenox. Storm is continuing off to the east. Has been downgraded to 1-inch hail, though. So at least we're not talking about a massive hail threat like we were earlier. Fried gator tail with a ranch. Yeah, I heard it tastes like chicken. Pagey Tornado, I think, still has a pretty good view. All the other chasers are tending to Connor, and Pagey's out here grinding.
Hear a lot of wind.
We're near that area of circulation.
I can't tell if anything is going on.
Yeah, for my entire life, it has been pretty much You put fries in your burger? Have you ever put fries in your burger? Hey, Evan, I have a super original joke. Have you ever put fries in your burger? I bet you never heard that one before. You ever tried frying a burger? Ever tried like frying a burger and putting fried fries inside that fried fry burger? People see my last name. The first thought is, man, I bet she's never heard this joke before. Hey, have you ever put fries in burgers before? Well, I'm gonna get a good laugh out of him this time. Softball earlier, yeah. The hail that hit Storm Intermedia's car was very large hail. I'm pretty impressed that their windshield did not end up on their lap. I have been cursed with this last name, though. It's a blessing and a curse. It's very recognizable, so once somebody hears my last name, they'll never forget it. But it's also bad because, yeah, they're really lame jokes. That might be the mesocyclone on the left side there. You were picked on your last name, too? No. Evan. It's Evan Freiburger. That was a common one from the bullies. Why don't you go fry a burger? Fry booger. Imagine having a name, though, like Steven Jackson. Just like so common that it's instantly forgettable and no one makes fun of you for it at all. How boring of a life would that be? Although it's usually the Steven Jackson that is like the bully, to be fair. Old boss's last name was Bake Oven. What do you do? Make pianos out of ovens? Here's just Shaline. You got made fun of for that? My mom's my mom's like last name before she got married was Stud. So the last name curse is kind of a tradition in my family, apparently. Last name Peggy Pig. Oh, that's the worst. I really hope she was a skinny child, or her life would have been absolutely horrible as a kid. Pig, oh my Goodness. That's just cruel. That is just cruel. Old friend's last name was Stubbs. That's not too bad. You can survive with that last name. I think common name and an unusual name. He got teased for both. Interesting. All right, looks like the hail is starting to probably pick up here in the Afton area. And it should be up to 1-inch hail now. Over here in southern Des Moines, we are starting to see some potential hail start to pick up near Norwalk. Oh yeah, girls with guy names. That's just cruel as well. Like, why would you do that? Like, there are some that are like borderline. It's like the borderline girl guy name where it's like okay if it's like either or like it sounds okay. Like Tyler. Like Tyler can be a girl and guy name. Yeah, Jamie. Dawn, yeah. Michael? That's rough. That's not fair. Unless it was like a name change from the person itself. You're just born with that name as a girl, that's kind of rough. Now, technically, it shouldn't be, but we know how the bullies be. They look for anything. They look for anything and everything. What? You're not normal and exactly like all of us? I'm gonna beat you up. That's how bullies think. Kelly? Yeah, interesting. I don't think I've ever met a dude named Kelly before. I wonder why parents do that. Chicken and rice is good. Energy levels are rising drastically. From you men with the name Lacey? Really? Or the guy named Kelly? Maybe it's more common than I thought. Oh, wow. 76-mile-per-hour wind was reported east of Lenox. 76 miles per hour. Wow. There's still some decent circulation in this storm. Not very tight rotation right now, but there still is some heading towards Shannon City. I used to think like people, when I was younger, had a really hard time distinguishing from Michael and Michelle. A really hard time with that. It's certainly possible, Daniel. Most of the storms are going to be happening Up over in this region, it'll be like this. Then after they're done with over here, they're going to be lifting off to the north and east pretty quickly. Yeah, Pagey Tornado is still chasing the storm. These storm chasers over here are helping Connor Croft, who smacked a deer earlier. Smacked a deer with his car. No reports on the deer's health, as far as I can tell. But given the amount of attention it's getting, I would say it was probably probably not very good for the deer. Yeah, Connor seems fine. Deer, on the other hand, did not, especially from Connor's report. Connor said the deer exploded on the front of his car, so probably isn't too great. It's usually not a sign of good health. Just hope it wasn't Bambi. Hit a coyote and a deer today? Oh my goodness. How do you hit both of those? He must live in the boondocks. There's barely any city lights. That's usually where the coyotes hang out. And the deer. No, if you hit them at the same time, that's impressive. Did he hit a deer or did the deer hit him? I mean, I don't know. How do you even determine that? And we're going to switch back over to this view here. Pagey's the only one still chasing the storm. Was Pagey's vehicle after that hail? Seems to be all right, but she definitely does have some broken glass. Oh my God, why is that so huge over here? Jeez Louise, I think that's smaller. There we go. Had the right of way. I mean, you would assume the deer, right? AG is the MVP. Yeah, I mean, she caught a tornado today. But I don't know. DL Scales caught a pretty big tornado today too, though. So they both share the MVP top spot. Paige said good night. Is she leaving? You going to sleep?
Streaming until we get up here to where we're gonna stop and eat.
Oh yeah. They are planning to stop their stream, it appears. Which makes sense. I mean, I think everybody's hungry out there. Oh yeah. Okay, the storm's falling apart. All right. Well, that's gonna be it for me too, folks. I try to get some sleep. I don't think I'll be able to post a video as early as I normally do. It'll probably take me about like 2 or 3 hours to kind of calm the brain down from this intense stream. It always takes a while for some dumb reason. I mean, I can send y'all over to Paige if y'all want really quick. If you want to say hello and give her some love for all of the views she provided today. She's probably about to get off, but y'all should go show her some support. But yeah, y'all go over there. You rate her. I'm gonna head off for the night. Try to get some sleep, and then if I don't make a video tomorrow morning, it'll probably be later in the afternoon, or I'll just go live early before tomorrow's storms really get started. Just depends. Or there just might not be a video tomorrow. But you know, the risk for tomorrow. Let's see if anything's changed before I get off. It's still a slight risk. I wouldn't be surprised if we got like an upgrade to an enhanced risk down here near Oklahoma, hail driven with a conditional strong tornado threat. I can also see this 5% risk being extended further up to the north and east into like Shawnee and Tulsa, maybe even as far northeast as Missouri. Those are kind of my thoughts right now. Decent amount of SRH. Not a whole lot of lower level shear. You could definitely get some storms fire, become outflow dominant, and they do absolutely nothing. But then you can also see the flip side of that, where you get storms fire and they latch onto a boundary and all of a sudden become a tornado emergency. That's kind of the same thing that we're going to be looking at for tomorrow, just in case. I will definitely be live tomorrow for that, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to post a video early in the morning, and I definitely can't post it at 12 p.m. So it'll either have to be after 12 p.m. Or I'll just do another update tomorrow. But yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. I do appreciate you guys. Sorry if you live in Iowa that you guys went through that, and in Nebraska. That was a crazy day. That was a crazy day. Just wasn't a day. It wasn't a very predictable type of day, but it happened, and I'm just really hoping everybody out there ended up being all right. I mean, those were a couple of strong tornadoes there. So I'll try to find some news on that. And if I see anything on Twitter, I will definitely retweet it. And hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. And I will see you guys later. Any severe storms for Chicago? It seems like it should mainly be damaging winds. I don't think we're talking about, much of a tornado threat up there, given the what appears to be a lack of instability. But things could change. So I'll definitely do an update before we get started with the severe weather. So that's kind of the what I'm planning on. I guess the most definite thing. Connor has now earned respect at Iowa. He hit a deer and went in the ditch. There you go. All right, guys, I'm gonna send you over to Paige. Show her some love. See you guys later. Huge shout out to the mods and the storm chasers out there. And yeah, peace.